Hello, 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 everybody. All right. Give this stream a like for me, please. So kindly. Also, I just did a new upload on the channel. What do people envy most about your looks? So get into that. Get into that. Razor one. All right. Got my headphones. And then I'm going to release something on the second channel. All the lovers out there who love reading. Okay. All right, y'all give this stream a like. Go ahead, hype up the stream, hype up the stream. I need to really fix that orientation. Hype the stream up for me, please. Give it a like, a like, a like. Give it a like, a like, a like. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You're super sweet. Give it a like, a like, a like. All right, y'all. Now, thank you all for being here. In a stream of light. Settings. Get the stream of light. Hey, Kit. Hit the like button. Okay, I'll get voicemail. Hey Lulu, how are you? Happy Friday. You said I'm good and you. I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I'm always trying to do double work, trying to get these uploads up here, uploaded to the channel. So I'm good. What's I about to? Oh, excuse me. I'm yawning with the coffee. He said, I'm loving school so far. It's very hard, but I got this. Absolutely. And then you almost, well, I was going to say you almost done. Well, you done made it through the first month, basically. What? Another week and you done made it through the first month. You said, I see why you say, why you see I'm going to have to talk. Taking a break after this before I jump into another medical phone. Yeah, you're not going to, because it's not like a long, crazy break. It's not going to be a long, crazy break, but it is going to be a break nonetheless. It's going to be a little break nonetheless. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, this cat just love me so much. He don't give me no space. Just gotta be touched. Get your boo-boosh. What is this, Midnight? What is this on your head? Hmm. Okay, that is so weird. Okay, that's strange. Sorry. Not sorry. What did I say? Kaya and Bianca had an art installation recently. I don't know why I'm shocked that it looks so weird, but It was something so Illuminati. Why can't they just be? Kitty cat. All right, I see you, Lulu. I see you, I see you, I see you. Okay. Wait, Lulu, while you type your questions, give me a second. I have to use the restroom. Sorry. Drinking coffee all this morning. Yes, I know I've been saying I'm drinking coffee a lot more often. I have not returned to the habit. Just been dragging, y'all. I mean, dragging. All right. I want to know if I should do respiratory. Okay. Give me 1 second, Lulu. I will be right back. I just gotta take care of something really quick. In the meantime, enjoy the garden, but give me like a few minutes max. Okay, I'll BRB. All right, Lulu. Thank you so much for being patient. Cat, what do you want? Okay. Excuse me. So full. All right, we're going to block. You don't tolerate any tomfoolery or disrespect to me or anybody over here. Shake something. Shake a wallet. Okay. All right, Lulu. I see why you sit on there. Okay. I want to know if I should do respiratory therapist or radiology textbook. All right, so you already know I'm gonna break down both pathways to see which one you feel makes more sense for you based on the experience you will have concerning both. Hello, Willow. How are you? Happy Friday. All right, Lulu, let's see. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. Thank you for sharing messages. Spirit guides and ancestors of Lulu. What would happen if Lulu chose respiratory therapist? Should she choose that path? Give me two cards. All right. We have the Eight of Pentacles in the upright, double card in the upright. Give me one more. Should she choose the path of respiratory therapist? Knight of Swords reverse. Should she choose the path of radiology tech? All right. Should she choose the path of radiology tech? Emperor reversed. Should she choose the path of radiology tech? Three of Staffs in the upright. Should she choose the path of radiology tech? What would happen? Star card in the upright. With reverse with the page of staff in the upright. Okay, King of Staff, bottom of the deck. Now, let's get into it. If you chose respiratory therapist, you have the Eight of Pentacles in the upright, double card in the upright with the Knight of Swords reversed. All right, so this is going to probably take the hardest of work with the respiratory therapist. Now, there is a bit of, I want to say, toxicity in the environment, not the environment of becoming a respiratory therapist. Of being a respiratory therapist, but maybe more so this is about the study of becoming a respiratory therapist. And it's given lack of support with the Knight of Swords in reverse. Now, not, total lack of support, but you're not getting adequate, that's how I should say, you're not getting adequate support throughout the program. However, though, of course, you got professors, this is the adequate support as in like, no, it's not funding. I just heard this person say, is this adequate support, not funding? It's adequate support as in it feels like it may be self-guided. Is this an online program of some sort or a hybrid program? That's what I'm reading with that one maybe. But it feels like you're putting in more work to do this one. Or you're exerting more, or this is going to be the harder of the two to achieve. Not impossible. Like, once again, hard for you isn't grasping the material, is giving, how much time you have to input into, the program. So, like it could be, once again, like what you're going through now. It's not difficult information for you. It's just very tedious. It's a bunch of moving parts. You got 19 tasks at once. That's what that is. Now, here's the deal though. I looked into monetary I looked into the monetary benefits of becoming a respiratory therapist. You have the Nine of Wands in the upright, and you have the Ace of Wands in the upright. Nine of Wands in the upright is a resilience card. So it talks about, something essentially coming with a challenge, but you are persevering through, you're soldiering on. Ace of Wands talks about passion. It talks about something coming towards you rapidly. So this is something that definitely has the potential being very lucrative. Now, the Nine of Wands tells me it may not be the easiest to grab a job in this right away, or it's one of those things where you can get a temporary situation really quickly or something like that. However, though, money is looking really good with this one, so it's like when you get in place, you're in place, and yeah, you're doing pretty good. Also too, there's something here that comes that there's a travel component to this, or you can choose an option to travel. Maybe you're not working at one site in particular, and maybe this is where the perseverance of it all comes through. But monetarily, it looks pretty good. Now, let's see about your potential as a radiology tech. All right, so radiology tech. This was going to be good, Lulu. Okay, so Lulu, I'm breaking down your first question. I just got done with half of your first question. I'm now on. So I did. So I'm break. Oh, what is this? What is this? What is this? Why I'm picking at that. Okay. So I broke down your question into two parts. And I did, what would it look like if you become a respiratory therapist as opposed to radiology tech? And I broke down monetarily what you'd have to look forward to. So I just wrapped up. Okay. So you saw, okay. I just wrapped up part of the first. So I just wrapped up the respiratory therapist part. Now I'm on the radiation tech, the radiology tech part. So you have the Emperor in the reverse, you got the Three of Wands in the upright, and you have the Star card. This one you will excel in the quickest. This is the least challenging of the two. This one is coming the most easy to you, and this feels like the shorter of the programs. That's what I'm getting with that one. Now, the Three of Wands talks about something that's in the near distance. So yeah, this is the shorter of the programs. It's a little bit differently guided. Like this one is like, it doesn't have like a, when I say no, when I say it doesn't have a set structure, I don't mean like it doesn't have a set structure. Definitely has a set structure, but this one feels a little less rigid. Maybe this is how the program goes. Maybe this one is more so test based. Like once you get XYZ done, this is, but this one has a little more loose of a structure. Still a serious program, but just, the components surrounding it isn't as maybe the other one is. And this one you are absolutely shining in. Also, too, this one you would have placement in a job pretty right away. Like we're talking about upon completion of the program, boom, you have placement, or you're securing placement upon the completion, so it's like you done already got the job. But it's one of those situations where, now complete this and now you get to keep the job. Here's the money. So you got the Magician card reversed and you have the Page of Wands in the upright. This is something that you would grow in monetarily, but it would not take forever and a day to grow in. We're talking about you're starting out entry level monetarily. Now the other one's entry level. It is, but it isn't. It's more so based on securing said job, said assignment, and then two, the component that I felt almost kind of like traveling nurse. Like the assignment feels like, some of those assignments feel like they could be traveling based. So it's more so like, like you're contracted, you can be contracted at different rates, so you can choose different rates, in regards to that one. So that's why that one is like higher income, quicker, but it's a little bit more challenging to secure. This one's going to be easier to secure. The money, however, now it's good money, but the money, however, starting out is going to be the entry level of that good money. However, though, within 6 months, we're talking about growth. Within another 6 months, which makes it a year, we're talking about growth. So this is something where you're going to grow a lot easier and the money is going to make more sense. I would say this one combined with your real estate ventures, you'd be able to do this and your real estate pretty easy. You'd be able to have both lives. Also, too, this combined with your real estate venture would basically set you up with the income that you want while you're still building in this. Like you wouldn't have to give up either, you wouldn't have to give up respiratory therapist if you became a realtor, but you would have to really figure out your scheduling with that. Like you'd have to schedule your realty career around your respiratory therapist career. This one, you get to live both simultaneously. You know, this is more so just a matter of the day that you meet with clients. So it's like if you are due at the hospital, let's say, I'm just saying, let's say you work part-time in radiology. 3 days out the week, well, the other 4 days, boom, you can hit the payment. You can even hit the payment on the days that you work, you know, depending on the time of your schedule. You'd definitely be able to figure out your schedule a lot easier and finagle around this a lot more easy to whereas, yeah, you could do both careers easy peasy without worries with that. You said um, like a traveling radiology tech or respiratory tech. The radiology tech would be more stationary. So meaning you'd be at a particular site, you'd be at a particular hospital or urgent care facility. Like you'd be at a site for sure. I'm trying to get money. It's my capital. Even entry level, they make right. Even entry level, that's what I got with that. Even entry level is still giving good pay. Like it's not giving like oh, but just more so like that one is more of a growth. The other one, respiratory therapist, feels like okay, you'll probably have access to more bang for the buck a lot sooner. However, though, the securing of the positions seems like that's more of a challenge. You see what I'm saying? So like, let's say I'm just throwing out figures because I don't know how much you know, a certain job, which job make. But let's say a respiratory therapist, I got you on a 2-week assignment and you're working at this therapeutic day school. You know, I'm just throwing something. And that assignment, you're due to make $2,000. Now, let's say your next assignment you don't have lined up yet, you know? So you know what I'm trying to say? 2 weeks time. Oh no, let's put more on it. 2 weeks time, let's say you're due to make $4,000, okay? Let's say you due to make $4,000 in 2 weeks time. Only difference is you don't have your next one lined up yet. So it's more so of a like a pending. So think of contractor with that other situation. So you have the potential to make some big money, but it's also a situation of it's contingent on you see, you know, contract, so to speak. Whereas the radiology one, that one's more consistent. You know, you show up to work, you clock in, you know, you clock your badge, boom with the boom, you know, you get your paycheck, everything is all good. You clock out when it's time to go. Bada bing, bada boom. You know, so that one's that one. And you're growing, that one's more of a traditional growth, like with a company, you know, because you'd be a W-2 as opposed to a 1099. Um, they say respiratory therapists can make more than nurse. Right. Okay. So see, and I know nothing of these. That's why I said that one's definitely given like, oh, you can make a lot of money. It's just more so about securing of the. So basically, it's up to you. I mean, because neither one of them is a bad path. It's up to you on how you would like to allocate any of that and all of that. You know, like how do you envision life going for you, taking into account of the other ventures and goals that you have. That's all that is. Um, my radiology techs make great money also in entry level. Well, to me, they make money entry level. I mean, honestly, that's what I said. It's your lifestyle, your lifestyle. Because you got some people that be like, you know, oh my God, $60,000 ain't no money. I mean, it's actually a lot of. I mean, I get that we got inflation, but 60 grand is not. I'm not saying that's what a tech make. I've just heard people say stuff like 60,000 is no money, 50,000 is no money, and I'm like, well, I mean, we do live in an inflated society. I give you that one, but that's no small feat of money. But here's the thing is you have to know how to live and budget within the means of that money. And you can still do luxurious things at that type of money, you know, if you know how to budget your day to day. I was still doing luxurious things. When I traveled to Dubai, I was not making hand over fist. Like I told you on the other live, I've worked in nonprofits in my professional therapist career. Like you already know, nonprofits ain't making no, not like that. I had to have second and third jobs, you know, working with a nonprofit because it's truly a hard labor when you work in those environments. But I was still on the boats with friends at the, you know, at the steak joints and stuff, you know, like I was still doing all of the things and all out the country in the exotic locations because at the same time, you know, like I just prioritized. Like for me, I love travel. I love a comfortable travel experience. I'm not 22 no more. So I am not leaving my house if it's got to be 19 people of us. Now we can share an Airbnb, but it can't be 19 of us to one room. I'm not in college anymore. I wasn't even necessarily on that in college, but I was a little bit more, open to, more uncomfortable situations. But now at this big age, if I know that I want to do something, like grand, like, ooh, I want to go here, I'm going to prepare for it. And I'm going to make sure I prepare for the best version of that. And I'm also going to prepare for, God forbid, worst case scenario, you got to get the hell up out of Dodge. I always say, pack, get the hell up out of Dodge money. That's me at 36, though. So, or in my 30s, period. But in my 20s, I was a little bit more open. You said, oh, is it lagging? Man, hold on. Hold on. Let me put this up here. Hold on. Let me make sure. All right, I'm good with that. Ugh, internet forever doing stuff. So what constitutes as good money is what you deem. Okay, here we go. Is what you deem good money, because I believe honestly, like what people are calling like chump change, like it's people forget that good money starts a lot lower than 100 grand. I'm not saying don't build to 100 grand, but it's all in how you allocate your funds, manage your debts, and the whatnots. That's how you keep good money at any of the monies. You know, that's how you keep good money. Um, you said, well, to me, they make good money. In Florida, they are offering 25K. Oh, real nice. Sign-on bonuses for radiology techs. That's not bad at all. Okay. Yes, radiology was my first choice. This falls into my second question on how real estate is gonna pan out for me in Florida. Will that career put me more in the spotlight? Okay, oh, that is the perfect segue. Yeah, starting off, I think they make 44 an hour in Florida, which isn't bad too. And also too, you're moving in with your cousin. See, and that's what I be trying to tell people, like, depending on what you make in the fields, it's different now. If you were taking on, well, you live in NYC, so you're in one of the most expensive living markets, or markets, period, in the entire United States. So one, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Like, you already got that one down pat. So everywhere you go is gonna be just underneath that. So you good. Two, you got to take into account making 44 an hour plus living with a roommate. We're already saving money. You're already living at the rate of as if like your income was doubled, like living with a roommate. Now I'm not speaking this on you, but living with a roommate and living in Orlando, you could be making half of that. You could be making 22 an hour, and you'd have a comfortable existence right there. Now, you probably have to save a little bit longer for vacations and stuff, but you wouldn't have a bad life living with a roommate in Orlando making 22. But now you're making double that. And this isn't accounting for any type of bonuses or your real estate job, or any other incomes that may come in, or relationship, who you're going to get into a relationship with, however he's going to show up and provide for you. That's not accounting in any of that. So you're already up in a way where it's like that's what I be telling people. I'm like, you got a lot more balance financially. There's a lot more that could be done, even at $20 an hour. And I know that sounds low, but it's like, I be telling people, like, if you learn to live at whatever the lowest income, that you could live, like, not like poverty stricken where you are scratching to survive, but where you are, then from there you can allocate in every little bit of extra money, because now that's extra money. I was already doing my research to see, because I have to make sure I'm on point on all levels taking this leap of faith to Florida. I never loved this. I never lived this far away from NYC ever. The farthest I lived was Connecticut, and that is a 2-hour drive. Yeah, I know a lot of people from NYC who've lived in Connecticut, which is, I mean, the way that it's been described, I know Connecticut is its own state, but the way that it's described, it's usually described like how Indiana is, or Wisconsin and Indiana is to Chicago. And it's like they're their own states, but people intersect them You got people that live in Indiana, work in Chicago, live in Wisconsin, work in Chicago, and they'll go up into a 4-hour drive, just to do so. But yeah, 2-hour drive, depending on what city that they're in. And it's almost like these places are extended suburbs of Chicago. You said I never lived this far away. Okay, you good now. You were just letting me. Okay. Yes, I'll be doing. Hey B, happy Friday. I'll be doing real estate, and my goal is to have a good job while I do real estate on the side until real estate becomes full time. Yeah, so we split off. Yeah, so you're already above the rim, making 44 an hour and splitting everything. Like you're already above. And he's licensed massage therapist. They make great money also. Yeah, yeah. One of my aunts, she's a licensed massage therapist as well. Um, doing extremely well for herself. I wonder if me and my cousin will get together and invest in things together. He's into stocks and trading also. It's so boring. You go there to retire, LOL. Yes, the girl I cut off our hours to Indiana a lot. To the dispensary. Yeah, yeah. The way people go back and forth to Indiana and Chicago, like, yeah, it's not strange at all. Like, especially, and then too, here's the crazy thing. Just over that line, the state line, the cost of living is significantly cheaper. I mean, granted, it's not like as exciting as Chicago, but I mean, for the people that are willing to take depending on where you are, the 1 hour drive into the city, or if you're a little bit further, like deeper into Indiana, closer to something like Minneapolis, or just a little bit deeper or whatever, it's a 2 hour drive into the city. If you're willing to make that drive into the city, you're having the same experience as the Chicagoans, but at literally half the cost, because the cost of, like, I remember I had a friend, she had her and her fiance had got a 4-bedroom house. They were renting out a 4-bedroom house. It was like a rent to own. I believe she owns it now. But at the time, this was like 10 years ago, it was $730 a month. $730 a month. Long story short, if that cost of living has gone up, she's probably at $850 for a 4-bedroom house. That's in Indiana. Put that same house in Chicago. You tackle 1,000 on that, and that's the price of in Chicago. And it depends on the square footage. It got to be a little small, little something. If it's a big little something, tackle 2,000 on that. But yeah, that's what I'm like. It's relativity. It's relativity. So let's get into your second question. Let's get into your second question. You said, will you be on later? Also, yes, I will be on later. I will be on later. I'm thinking, I don't want to say, I know for sure I'll be on later, but I don't want to give a time. I won't be lying, because I'm also thinking about going to see this little Christmas light show. I don't know. Will I be able to do it? That's what I'm curious about. I don't know. But if I'm not able to do that, or if I don't end up doing it, like, because I've been feeling tired, I've been catching up on my energy. If I'm not able to do it, then I want to say I'll be on 7:30 Eastern time, which is early for a Friday, but I think I might catch y'all before y'all go out on a Friday. People still go out in the wintertime. Yeah, okay, let me get into your second question. Yeah, about real estate. All right, I see you, B. Ooh, not the bugs, child. Okay, let me get into it. Okay, that's radiology. Oh, thank you for putting it back down. I was looking for it too. How real estate is going to pan out for me in Florida, and will it put me in the spotlight? Let's see. Universe, spirit, guide, opinions. Because speaking of spotlight, the cost of living in Tampa, the cost of, because I'm thinking about selling Tampa. I'll be right. Okay, perfect. You're right after Lulu's question. Yeah. If you do radiology, now here's the deal. Just to clarify, it will work out with both. But if you do it with radiology, um, excuse me, it'll work out with both. But if you do it with radiology, you'll be able to do it consistently and on a full-time basis, just about. Now I'm not saying it won't be a busy day because my energy tells me you're going to be doing radiology full time too. However, though, because radiology has a set schedule, like this hour to that hour, this to that, you'll be able to finagle both if you like to, like you'd be able to do that. Here's the thing about the respiratory therapist. The respiratory therapist one, you'd still be able to do both, but you'd have to do your real estate around, excuse me, around your radiology therapist schedule, which means that you wouldn't be able to meet with potential buyers and clients weekly, if you're showing, if you have a consistent client and you're showing them a home. This would have to be like you'd have to work with them in a season, and kind of hope that things kind of tailor around the season, or you might have to tailor towards more quicker sales type stuff, like, ooh, I'm gonna sell this thing right here that, things that, basically, is gonna sell out to the first thing smoking. Because once again, or maybe this is apartment rental, like you have to kind of switch around what it is that you want, or how it is that you operate, rather, not want, but you have to switch around how you operate a bit in the realty space if you combine it with your respiratory therapist. You say, hey girl, how about to walk out of this shop? Oh no, Lava, and hey, happy Friday. You said I'm in between my closings. I have to bring in good money to stack up. Yeah, now the radiology tech, you'd feel your nervous system be most calm with radiology plus your real estate, because it's one of those situations that if you didn't sell, boom, you're not worried about money. Like, yeah, you put the time and effort into it, but you're not worried about money. Or if a sale is taking longer than you assumed it to be. Lava, is this you? Okay, Lava, I see you. Or if a sale is taking longer than you assumed it to take, once again, you're not, oh my God, where's my next meal coming from? Like, you all good in the neighborhood. It's giving that. So let's see. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. Thank you for the channel messages. Spirit guides and ancestors of Lala. I said Lala. Lulu. Sorry. Of Lulu. How will um real estate work out for Lulu in Florida? Or will she be in the spotlight? Hold on, let me see. Oh, and we'll just put her in the spotlight. Give me 2 cards. How will state work out in Florida? You have the Two of Swords in the upright. Real estate upright for You have the Judgment in the upright. Two of Swords talks about making a decision. So it will come to a point where it will come down to you having to make a decision on focusing on one over the other. However, though, that's in alignment with what it is that you said that you wanted. You said that, okay, I'm trying to, have a good job, some good, comfortable money, and something that I want to do, a good career path while I'm making this work until I can work realty on my own. So it will come to a time where you would have to move on from one, in lieu of the other. So that's the good news. So what it's telling you is realty is going to definitely work out for you, especially if it comes to the point where you're thinking to yourself, damn, I might have to let go of this if I want to continue on with that, or I might have to let go of that if I want to continue on with this. Now, the reason why you'd have to make a decision to let go of radiology is because I do feel your energy moving with in your realty ventures, meaning you won't be bound to just Orlando. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. So, and something like that, of course, would get in the way of a consistent radiology schedule. Now, you still have your credentialing, and you're very resourceful. So, I'm sure you'd be able to, if you just really wanted to hold on to,
to the radiology just for safekeeping. You probably could definitely find contracts and stuff like that where, you know, your contract is to do a quick job with XYZ ABC. However, though, strength card and the upright is working out very well for you, and it's working at a good pace. This is almost like it was meant, because I feel like going into, or this is what I feel in the energy, going into the Orlando market, you know, with it not being such a fast paced market. Not that you wouldn't make it through a fast paced market, but while you're doing this market plus getting your feet wet in radiology, this allows for the perfect balance for you to be able to do both without being overwhelmed. And it's prepping you for a busier market like the Miami market where you ultimately see yourself moving to. Um, you said you're right. Respiratory therapists have track patients and out tubes down their throat to assist their breathing. Make me nervous also. Um, so let's see. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors, family messages. Tell me more. Two of Cups. Absolutely, it would thrust you in the spotlight. Once again, this move to Orlando is more aligned than you probably even planned it to be. Because what I'm getting in the energy is with Orlando being, not that it's not a small market, it's just, it's not Miami, right? It's not, you know. And even Tampa is getting it on the same lines as Tampa, but not as popular as Tampa, but not unpopular, because we all know Orlando, you know. And then there's a lot of older people that come to Orlando in specific to retire. So yeah, maybe a little bit older in age, but you would have no shortage of clientele because you have, so your clientele may start out a little bit older, but at the same time, this would allow you to have great practice too, you know, and they won't know that this is, you know, hey, I just got my feet wet, just got my realty license 3 months ago, because it is a slower pace and it will allow you to, you know, kind of move up in the ranks of spotlight, you know, during that period of time. Which once again, hey Aria, I see you, I see you, I see you. Happy Friday. All right, Aria, I got you in my line. So yeah, it will allow you to move up in the ranks because it's easier to move up in the ranks in a smaller pond and then grab feet into a bigger pond than it is to go swimming first, head first in a bigger pond. Like, of course, you can get your feet wet and garner spotlight in a bigger pond. You know, bigger ponds mean all it is showing up more, showing your face more. You know what I'm trying to say? Like you can definitely do it in a bigger pond, but you know, you got to be open to the time frame and you got to show out and show up a lot more often than, you know, in that smaller pond. Now the smaller pond you can still show up a whole lot, but once again, you know, it's not that, you know, if you're in a town full of 100,000, I'm just naming a number, you know, and you come into all the events, stop that, stop it, stop being jealous. Good, sorry, my cat. um, if you're starting in a smaller pond, let's say it's 100,000 people, and you popping up at all the events and you doing all the things, you know, it's real easy for people to start recognizing you, for them to go, oh yeah, you know, that's Lulu, you know, they got your card, all of that, da da da. And by having a name for yourself there, when you go to that bigger market, you be like, oh yeah, like I'm top seller in Orlando, yeah, da 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 da. That gives you a segue into that bigger market, and it gives you not relatability, reliability. It gives you not authenticity, but you get what I'm trying to say. It automatically puts a stamp on you because it's like they can look at that market and be like, yeah, you're doing good. I heard about you. You see what I'm saying? So all this is panning out a lot more perfect than probably you even planned it to. So this is the alignment. Um, you said I can take a break as long as I keep my license active, so I'll be good. Right, right. So either way, yes, you will do very well. You're starting in a perfect market for you, just, you know, you just having to get, you know, having your license passed. And yes, it's thrusting you in the spotlight. But once again, even more so than probably what you thought. Because now it's like when you go to Miami, yeah, you know, you'll still be earning your spot there, but you're not fighting for a space to be seen the way you would have if you had just started out in Miami, you know, one of the biggest cities, biggest markets, you know, and then two, because older people spend money. So this will also get you in that luxury market that you want to be in. Older people spend money. I'm 65. I'm retired now. We about to break open that 401k. Like, like let's use the money up in the savings. I got $500,000 to my name. Like, come on, let's go big or go home. So by happenstance and working with the older market, you're going to be breaking in a much more luxurious market because I mean, like, yeah. I mean, even though I look at 65, you still got a whole lot more life to live. But at 65, I'm probably making different changes, different decisions than I would if I was 25, like maybe I'll be a little bit more modest, but at 65, I'm looking like, okay, so let's see, I got about 35, maybe 40 good more years. Like assuming that you live to 100, I want to go big. I want to go big or go home. Let's buy that yacht. Let's go ahead and do these things. Let's take the trip to Bali. Why are we thinking about this? Like, come on now. Life is for the living, so you'll be in your market that you want to be just by happenstance of this is if you choose to work with an older crowd. But I'm just going off of, the age group you'll probably be, encountering a lot in Florida. Well, not in Florida, in Orlando. Just that alone, you'll be in a more luxurious, you'll be in a more luxury market because yeah, older people, they're looking to spend that money. They can't take it with them. They can't take the Gucci to heaven. Well, they can't take it beyond the grave. So it's like we might as well spend this money now. Where else I'm gonna put this $1 million? So let's bet it all. Let's these next however many years we're going out in the bang with a bang. So definitely be excited about your career path in Florida. You are going to be thrusting and like I said, you're more in alignment than you probably even realize you are. You're more in alignment probably than you even realize. But let's get into it. B. All right, and my line order is B. B has 2 questions. Lava has 1 question, and then we have Aria. Aria has 2 questions. Also, and to anybody that's just vibing out, I just dropped a reading on the channel. What do people envy most about your looks? What do people envy most about your looks? So get into it. Go ahead, send it up, send it up, send it up, send it up, send it up. And yeah. You said, yes, I'm excited. I'm trying to figure out a good time to reach out to the girl in Florida that I would say now that you've moved there, be whenever you're ready, drop me your first question. I would say now that you've moved there, oh goodness, my eye. Now that you've moved there, this seems like a good time too. This is because you know what it says. Even though you haven't gotten your realty license yet, you're proving to me that you put in money where your mouth is. You put in, you know, you know, pedal to the metal. You said to me, we met in New York. You told me, hey, so this is what I'm planning on doing. This is what I want to do. Da 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 da. Boo 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 boo. And you reach out to me, and you can even reach out January, February when you know you're gonna be down there. But you reach out to me, you say, hey, we met in Brooklyn, and so I made the move to Florida. That sounds like movement. See, the energy that I got off of her is you don't have to do it at, you know, crazy speed. Now you are on a bit of a time window, but you don't have to like move like, like when did you meet her? You met her like in September or whatever. September, what was it? August, September. It's not one of them things where I would say as long as you're making moves within a year's time frame, meaning this is the perfect checkup. 6 months later is the perfect checkup because what it's showing me is, oh, you're serious. I'm not just giving you like, oh yeah, I know so and so from selling Tampa. Let me know. No, you're telling me that you're serious. I met you, and here's the thing: she's probably met a bunch of people that say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, blah, 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 and they never do it, and she never hears from them again. But yeah, here you are saying, I'm so serious about this venture. Guess what? I moved to Florida. Not moving to Florida, not, I'm figuring it out now. I'm going to go take a little visit. No, you called me telling me you are a resident of Florida. And then on top of that, too, even in you letting her know, like, I'm still taking care of stuff in New York, I'm between the both, that makes you sound even more legit because it's like, wow, so you took a leap. Hey, Khadija. So it's like you saying to yourself, wow, I took a leap, right? You took a leap, and then you telling her, yeah, but I'm still wrapping up stuff in NYC, da da da. That sounds even more of a. It makes you sound even more legit because what you're telling me is, I'm not gonna wait until everything is done over here in New York to make this big life move because this may take, what you already said, this may take a couple of years. So I'm supposed to put my life on hold for 2 years when I could do both. I could do both. I could choose both. I could just go bye bye, and that's what you did. Is it lagging again? Jeez Louise. Okay, B, let me get into your question. Seriously? All right. Y'all should be able to hear me. Okay. Okay, so thank you for letting me know that it's lagging. When it lags, I've figured out the trick. If I go out, like refresh the live, it unlags. Ugh. Hey, Black with a Row. But yeah, y'all let me know when it lags. I done figured out the little secret sauce. I see you, Khadija. Okay. All right, Khadija, you are in line after Aria. So right now we're on B, then we got Lava, then we got Aria, and then we got Khadija. Hey, Black with a Row, happy Friday. Happy Friday. I hope all is well today. Also, too, for anybody just vibing out, make sure you check out my latest reading on Wandering Sparrow Tarot, the YouTube, because I'm also live on Wandering Sparrow Dose. If you happen to be watching me on Wandering Sparrow Dose, go over to Wandering Sparrow Tarot. Subscribe over there if you're not subscribed. But I have a reading. What do people envy most about your looks? What do people envy most about your looks? You said men collectively so ghetto. You said, oh, I heard about, Black with a Road. I got to get back to you on that one. I heard about that. And I saw it yesterday and I read up more on it today because more developed, they released more information. And I said to myself, well, my first thought was like, all that good money, because those coaches be making like $1 million a year minimum. I was like, all that good money, you jag all that off to be crazy. But then I was like, crazy don't have a tax bracket. It don't, just because you crazy don't mean, you're a creep don't mean it skip out because you have access or knowledge to do XYZ and earn high. But crazy. Anyway, B says, what do I need to know about my career financial situation as this year comes to a close? Let's see. Universe, Spirit Guides, and Ancestors, Single Channel Messages. Spirit Guides and Ancestors of B. What does she need to know about her career finances? You know what? I'm going to break career down and I'm going to break finances down because the two. What does B need to know about her career as the year comes to a close? Spirit, give the two cards. What does B need to know about her career? We have the Five of Pentacles in the reverse. What does B need to know about her career as the year comes to a close? Seven of Pentacles reversed. Death card in the upright. Ten of Pentacles reversed. Oh, wow. What does she need to know about her finances, Spirit? Hermit card reversed. Eight of Cups came out reversed. We're here trying to catch the cards. Page of Cups reverse, Page of Coins in the upright bottom of the deck. Now, you actually have some pretty decent cards. This tells me there's change on the horizon. That's change on the horizon at the top of the year. Now, that's not a bad thing because we're 2 weeks away from the top of the year? Three weeks from the top? Yeah, it's 31 days. Why do 31 days feel like it tackles an extra week once December, which I'm not mad about. But 31 days, essentially. That's what this energy gives. Or not 31 days, 3 more weeks. So when it comes to your career, there's a shift coming in your career, or there's a need for you to make the shift. Take the leap of faith, even. Five of coins in the reverse and the seven of coins in the reverse. Five of coins mean that once again, you're on the precipice of shifting your career, of doing something that's more meaningful and more deep for you. The seven of coins in the reverse, this is not you being deplete, but this is you being burnt out. You've outgrown, or you're kind of done with the current path that you're on. Now here's the deal. When we become done with our current path, can we stay on that current path? Absolutely. You can stay on that current path and retire from the current path. You won't be destitute. But emotionally, mentally, it might be one of those things where you always have those what ifs, or oh my gosh, or oh my goodness, why did I do that? Will you have a higher chance of amplifying the misery factor in the I wonder what would have happened if I had absolutely, absolutely, if you stay there. However, though, right here, you have a window opening of change in 2026. 2026 can be a new discovery, or a new uncovery, that may not be a word, but you know what I'm trying to say. You have a chance here to really revamp and do what it is that you like, but you have to take a leap of faith. That's what that's telling me. Death card me upright. Once again, solidifying all of that. Something has to end in order for something even better to happen, and that's what you want. So Spirit is saying, take a leap of faith. If you believe, you will always be okay. You're going to always be okay if you believe. You have the Ten of Pentacles in the reverse. Because here's the thing, Ten of Pentacles reverse, this is in a reverse. This can turn upright. What's blocking that is the fact that you're in this Five of Pentacles. It's like you're looking at a life that you want, and you're also looking at the current life that you have. And it's like you're trying to evaluate what makes more sense. What's going to be the smartest thing? Because there's a part of you where it's like, you don't want to encompass like any type of grand struggle, which I don't blame you, and it's like you don't know what is that going to look like. However, though, and you chasing after what you really want, it's not struggle in the sense of when you're 21 and you and your roommates are trying to scrape up $20 to get something to eat and some cheap wine from the local grocery store. No, it's more so kind of like, okay, can I make, well, LOL, just like Lulu, can I make that move out of state to go make this life path, to go meet this really great life situation? Is it going to be worth it? Here's the thing too, that Spirit is letting you know. You can always go back. You could always go back. If it's not working out for you down that new path, or the path that you really want to take, or maybe you realize in taking the path that you really want to take that, maybe I don't want to take that path no more. Either way, you could always go back. You could always go back. But the energy that you feel, in taking that safe route and just kind of staying where you are, or just kind of, scratching the clone where you are, it's only going to tear apart, more and more. And then two, it's going to affect your earning potential. Once again, you won't be destitute, but it won't give you what it is that you truly, truly deserve and want. You say, right, I'm trying to shift my focus from teaching to performing artistic endeavors, but I'm not sure how that will affect me financially. It will not. I'm not going to hold you. It will be a shift. However, though, think of it like any type of shift, like when we hit puberty, like there's a shift from early childhood to adolescence. Is it a little bit uncomfortable during that little transition time? Yeah. Do you get acne during, little things start happening to the body where you're like, whoa, what's going on? And then you get settled into your new body and you're like, oh, okay, well, there I go. So it will be a little bit of a shift, but it's not going to be a destitute shift. It's not going to be a shift where you're not able to pay your rent. It's not going to be a shift where, your bills will go unchecked. Will there be sacrifices that you have to make? Possibly. You might have to make sacrifices in regards to, I don't know, social things, stuff like that. Maybe you have to cut out a couple of subscriptions, but it's not the type of sacrifices, excuse me, It's not the type of sacrifices where life is going to change so drastically that it's like, and then too, on top of that, you'll be able to look and be like, you know what? I'm not struggling. I had to pull back because I am actively pouring into my passion right now. I'm actively chasing my dreams right now. So it's that type of energy. So it makes it that much more worth it. It's like, I left on a Greyhound bus with $900 to my name to California. I'm not struggling in the sense of I can't go back. It's just that I'm really taking a leap of faith to see if I can make it in Hollywood. Like it's giving that type of energy. So it's not the same type of, strain as if like you just fell on hard times and then that was it from there, like you got nothing else to look forward to. Um, you said that also means that I will have to give up my current master's degree, which is more um, theoretically inclined to one that might help me more artistically. To be fair, I have been stuck for a long time while in my current degree, and I'm somehow finding it real difficult to find motivation to work on it. That might be a sign that maybe either A, take a break, or B, you changed your mind. I mean, we all can go into something thinking like, yay. And then we go. But here's the thing about it. If you gave up on your master's degree, one, it doesn't make you a failure, doesn't make you any less, intelligent, prestigious, any of that. And three, you can always go back to it. Literally you can always go back to it. And I know that personally. I went back to I did my master's originally right after I got out of undergrad. I did a year and a half in my master's, and then a lot of life stuff was happening. I was doing well in most of my classes, but one of my classes I was just kind of bombing, and I was bombing in, and this was a class I had taken twice in that time frame, and I still bombed, and it was just too much going on, and I kind of just like at that point too lost the vision because I became focused on other things and getting my life in balance. At how old was I at that point? At 24, yeah, because I went at 22 to 24, but it was like a year and a half because I was going on 23 at the time. But either way, that's neither here nor there. Point is though, at 24, things were different for me than when I was 22. And I was trying to figure things out in a different way. Plus, too, at that point at 24, I was all the way independent. I was living completely by myself, paying for my own apartment and rent. So it wasn't like I had the same supports that I had at 22, where I was like, oh, let me go to grad school, and I was living with my mom. So I had let it go, and I let it go for a little minute. And then I ended up coming back to it. I went back to it. When did I let it go? That was 2014, was it? Just before 2014. So just before 2014, because I had started top of 2012, and was it late? No. I started late 2011. Ooh, I had started right after undergrad. Gosh, I gave myself no space. But I started late fall of 2011, and I stopped in spring of 2013 or something like that. Either way, it was a year and a half from there. Long story short, 2016 rolls around and I was finally ready again. I was so ready that I was ready to start over from scratch if I needed to. So it's totally okay if you're in one mental space now. You can always go back. And if you don't go back, it's because you found that something else is working for you now. There's another path you want to take. And on top of that, the music worked out. He said, to be fair, I have been stuck for a long time in my current degree. And I'm somehow finding it real difficult to find a full time, right? Give me no point with the Hollywood analogy. Yeah, so it's like when you think about the challenge or the struggle, so to speak, it's a different type of struggle when you decided that, hey, I'm going to let go of these things, the comfort, because when we get out of our comfort zone, that's when we grow one. That's why working out is painful because the muscles are growing, When we step out of the comfort zone, that's when we're growing. But you got to keep in the forefront. I chose to let go of said comfort because I wanted to see if I can make it in Hollywood. I wanted to see if I could do this. which means if you chose to let it go, you can always choose to go back to it. At the very worst of it all, and this is not the worst case scenario even, but the very worst of it all, you could always just go right back to the life you have right now. Go back to teaching. Go back to your master's. You said I said everything. Black with a row. Okay, let me add you to my line. You said right. I tried to pursue a degree I wanted to pursue now a few years back, but it didn't work out because financially it wasn't possible. So I kind of settled my current. See? So yeah. So like you never know. You never know. But I promise you, you could always go back to grad school. If it still means something for you in the future, you could always go back, and it doesn't make you a failure because you choose to let go. It just means that that's not your path right now. Maybe it was never the path, or it's okay if it was the path in the moment, but it's the path where it's like, you know what? I realize I don't want to do this no more. Totally okay to change your mind. Now, financially, whenever you're ready, B, give me your second question. Financially, what are things looking? You said, right? I needed to hear that. Yeah, I mean, because honestly, I needed to hear that at the time too. Like, I was so on for years after that, I had felt like I had failed. Like, oh my God, I didn't finish grad school. What the hell? Then I started working in another industry. And it was in that industry where I realized, you know what? I absolutely do want to finish this path. But it was only into that one. Because at first I was tripping hard. I was like, oh my God, I just spent all this money on the school and I didn't even get to do this. But no, I went back because I was like, at that point, I was truly ready and I truly wanted to do it. And I knew I was ready to do it because I was willing to do it all over from scratch. If I had to completely start the program over from new, and none of my credits could transfer over, I was ready to just go from day one. That's when I knew, oh, you really want this. Because when you don't really want something, you like, oh man, I gotta walk across the street. Oh boy, bad. Ain't nobody doing it. But let's get into your financial part. You got the Hermit card in reverse, you got the Eight of Cups in the reverse, and you got the Page of Cups in the reverse. All right. As you stand financially right now, everything is in its perfect place. I'm just gonna say it like that. This doesn't mean destitute. It just means that, once again, money isn't tight, but maybe right now is not the time where you go out and buy the Gucci bag, you know, maybe a nice Coach bag. Actually, Coach is a really nice brand, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like maybe this is not the Gucci bag era. But once again, this can be tied to other things. You have ambitions that you're chasing after. So I would say the ambitions and stuff that you're chasing after is well outnumber the Gucci bags. Like this right here. So it's that type of energy where you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. Everything is balanced. You're still going to work. I want to say emotionally though. Emotionally is where I feel more of the I don't want to use the word bankrupt, but emotionally is where I feel more the depletion. That's what I should say. It's like, yeah, you're earning money, but your soul is just feeling like you're betraying yourself every time. That's going to be the hardest climb for these next 3 weeks. The emotional impact of it all, because it's like you're on autopilot. That's what I feel right now. Like you're not doing a bad thing, but your energy, and this is not what you're giving to your clients or to your students, but your energy is just giving like, okay, like counting down, like, when is the holiday? All right. Definitely financially, you'll be fine. Once again, you want to still always be strategic about your money, but financially be fine. I still feel financially you are on a growth spurt in 2026. However, though, it is coming with you making some type of pivot. And once again, taking a pivot towards your dreams will work out a lot better. It will work out pretty well for you simply because I feel you really pouring in your all into that pathway, making it work. It's kind of like one of those things where it's like, I have no other another choice but to work. I came on this bus, $900 to my name, one-way ticket. I got enough for a motel room for the next month. I'm Ubering, well, if you came on you get what I'm trying to say. I'm doing odd ends and jobs because there's no other pathway for this to work but this. That's where you at right now. You said, LOL, I need to pay some taxes yet again due to the tax system here in Germany. Oh, you think in Germany? Shout out to you. So that's hurting the clash a little bit. Oh yeah, well, same. Because the taxes in America don't let up. I can afford it, but it's emotionally giving me a bit of angst. Yeah, yeah. How does Jeff feel about me in general after our last exchange? Something somewhat emotionally slash romantically geared came up. He was acting all deflective about it. All right, let's see. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. Thank you for your messages. Spirit guides and ancestors of B. How does Jeff feel about B in general after their last exchange in 2 cards? How does Jeff feel about it? Exchange. Ooh, got the 6 of coins in the upright. And I got to pick a card coming up on the next channel today. How do they feel about you in their next actions? Or no, what are the thoughts about you in their next actions? Universe, spirit guides, ancestors. Just how does Jeff feel about after the last exchange? 7 of Swords reverse. 5 of Swords in the upright. Oh, thinking of a master plan. 3 of Cups reversed. Ace of Coins reversed, bottom of the deck. You know what? Give me one more. Chariot in the upright. 2 of Staffs reversed. Okay. It appears that he's still on the same pathway towards you, you know, in regards to you all's connection. Like 6 of Coins in the upright, that's a giving energy. Like he wants to pour even more into you. Even if he was acting a little bit defensive, like his energy isn't running away. It's not running into the next direction. It's not avoiding this connection. It's not, I don't want to be here. I want to be here. Truth be told, 7 of Swords reversed. This is more truth coming out. This, actually, no. I mean, yes, the truth coming out. I was gonna say I'm saying no to myself because in my mind I was like, this is gonna be truth that is uncovered. No, he's gonna tell you this truth. He's gonna be open. That's the language crazy. He's gonna be open with you, like off the bat. This is giving direct truth. 5 of Swords. How do we go forward? That's what the 5 of Swords is. 5 of Swords. How we make this a that? That's what that is. How we do this? How we going? It's like he's trying to figure out how do I keep you in my life. He's still not letting go of the current girlfriend. I want to say the ex, the current girlfriend. 3 of Cups in the reverse. That's still here, but it's like he's wanting to still continue putting time into the connection with you. Or how do I continue to put time in the connection? Or how do I put more time into our connection? Which may be a little bit confusing for you too, because it's like you are strategically holding on and providing hope, because he's doing that, and that's not by happenstance. You're strategically holding on, providing hope, but yet at the end of the day, you keep giving me the same, yeah, but I'm still not gonna let her go, Or even if because he's gonna get to the point, or he has gotten to the point where he's not naming it out loud anymore. Like how he came back in when he was telling you about the girlfriend, you're gonna hear less and less about the girlfriend. Now that doesn't mean he broke up with the girlfriend. That just means he's trying. At this point, it's like, oh damn, I don't want to introduce her energy to our connection now, or I feel like I'm talking too much about her energy and our connect. It's that type of thing. He said, cool, always love your pick cards. I want to get back to that I haven't been able to find. Hype button. Well, okay, I'm gonna get rid of y'all reading. I'm not get rid. I'm gonna get done with your reading, and then I got some good energy, and then we all touch and agree that this means what I think it's gonna mean, because I believe it's meaning that. I strongly believe that, because I'm like, come on, YouTube. Like, go through my readings. Like, there ain't nothing crazy on here. Anyway, but I'm gonna do your reading. I'm gonna finish your question, and I'm gonna let y'all know a really, really big announcement before I get into Lava's question. But yeah, back to your question. So basically, he feels the same that he felt last week. Like he's emotionally in this connection. Like you all are definitely emotionally enthralled. You're in an emotional connection. And it is romantic. And get this, that romantic, happenstance between the two, that wasn't by happenstance. That was he been feeling it. But what the push and pull here is the guilt. Is the guilt. So definitely he's going to stop talking about her as often. But don't be fooled by that. That's the only thing with that one, you know. So at the end of the day, and once again, this is no judgment. It's just keeping your eyes in the forefront, you know. Um, just remembering that while all of this is developing and processing and this, that, and the other, he still hasn't let the previous woman go. And he still at this point doesn't have a plan to let her go, but he's getting in deeper with you. So it's like one of those things where it's like, damn, you know, like I gotta be in two places. I done made two commitments. So he's getting in closer. He's getting in closer. You are going to feel the push and pull. Excuse me. You are going to continue to feel the push and pull with him, but the push and pull with him isn't him pulling away because he doesn't have anything, feel anything. This is his guilt getting to him. You know, he's acting out of ego and pride. You know, thinking he can have both, but this is his guilt getting to him. He said that's what I felt too. I don't think the guy has a plan to do anything concrete. Yeah, yeah. He doesn't have any kind. You are right on the money. He doesn't have any concrete plans. He is still moving towards you though. Chariot is an emotional energy. It's the energy of the Cancer. So he is still moving towards you with boldness. But once again, the plan right now is to keep you in his life. That's the Five of Swords. I need to figure this one out. But Five of Swords also talks about motive. It also talks about conniving energy. And you see this right here? I'm planning. I'm sneaking off. Wow. Ooh, look at that. What you? Ooh, look at the butterfly. You know, like that's what this one. You got these two people over here, unsuspecting, or this, you can even say this is representative of you and her energy. You know, only yours is suspecting though, but I would say yours is the one that has the cup. You have a little bit more insight, but he's sneaking off with these two swords like, oh yeah, haha, you know, I'm gonna take these three while you got yours and you got yours, you know, I'm gonna have my three. So it's that type of energy. The girlfriend, he's completely keeping in the dark. He's completely keeping it in the dark, or so he believes. I do feel like at some point she's gonna discover it. At some point she's gonna discover it. Not even because you know anything treacherous is happening. More so his behavior, his energy is gonna be a little bit more withdrawn and pulled back. Ooh, I gotta sneeze. His energy is gonna be a little bit more withdrawn and pulled back, and it's gonna become a little bit more obvious. So, how does he feel about you currently? He still feels the same. He still feels the same. He's gonna get even more. It's you're gonna have more romantic. If if you allow it, there's more romantic stuff happening. But once again, his energy is giving. It's gonna be push and pull because what he's fighting is guilt. That's what he's fighting. So that's what I got for you, B. That's what I got for you. But yeah, so I don't know if I should save this information. Hold on, let me ask my spirit guides. Let me see. Because I might have to save it. Let me see. First spirit guides. Okay. I'm gonna hold off, but it won't be a hold off for long. I'll know what I need to know soon. But it's some really great news that I'll be telling you all. Let me see. Wait, let me ask my spirit guides to make sure. Am I telling you some really great news? Let's see. Okay. All right. So, like I said, I'll wait. I'll wait. I'm gonna obey. Thank you, universe. Oh gosh, my eyes itching. Jeez, Louise. All right. I'm going to obey. I'm gonna wait to share that news, but really great news. Um, Goodness, I need my eye drops. Speaking of really great news, God damn it. Okay. Let's see. Right. I feel romantic vibes for real, but when slightly confronted, he was being, oh, no, 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 don't get me wrong. Okay. Okay. Great news is always awesome. We can all hold our breath for that. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm going to just obey and listen, but, ooh, I'd be like, yay, okay. All right. But yeah, but it involves YouTube, and I believe wholeheartedly, because this, even when I had went to my spirit guides about this previously, um, it was one of those things where I'm like, I kept getting a positive energy and a positive, like I kept hearing from them, like, yeah. But then I'm like, okay, but I'm be able to tell y'all soon. I'm be excited. Um, Speaking of which, I gotta change some stuff around. All right, let me get into Lava, your question. Oh my gosh, y'all, I need my eye drops. Lava. All right, and just to make sure, okay. Oh, wait. Lava put her question here already. He said, amazing V. Thanks for the ring once again. Absolutely, and thank you for coming in. All right, Lava's question is already posted, so we're gonna get Lava here. Aria, you are next. Black Widow Row, you're after Khadija. So line order is Lava, Aria, Khadija, and the Black Widow Row. So I'm gonna save that. Yo, I gotta oh my gosh, I gotta get some eye drops. Oh my, I got them in my bag. I just gotta go. I drop my eyes real quick. No, you didn't miss your question. You're right after Lava. You're right on time. Lava's question is up here. I saw her post it. And then Black Widow Row, I see your comments about Michigan State. I see your comments about Michigan State. Okay. All right. Give me a second. I'll be back. right, and I'm back. Okay. Um. Okay. Lava says, Lava, and I'm just starting your reading. I'm about to just walk out and leave. My boss tried to make me flip a coin for a sale while the other rep had 4 sales already. What? I know you ain't playing with me, baby. Um, but I have to flip a coin. Well, I put him down as a lead, and she knew about it and said he didn't count as a customer. Ooh, yeah. You know what? I ain't gonna lie. One field I have never envied, and shout out to y'all, was people who worked in sales. The way me and my anxiety, and that's why I be telling y'all, you gotta call on to your spirit, call into the universe and be like, look, this is what I want to make in life, but and I'm not saying it's not a good career path, and for people who can do it, shout out to you. But as for me and my house, y'all see, what am I wearing? I keep my little crystals on. And half these crystals are about grounding said anxieties. So that lets you know something. Um, I also think they left me alone. All right, you said, and she completely ignored it, saying, well, an employee is not a customer, but made a big deal about me not flipping a coin for it when the other rep got 4 sales already. I don't have shit lined up, but I don't think I can take this anymore. Well, speaking of, yeah, y'all, I gotta calm down on the coffee. I haven't been drinking it consistently, even though I know I've been talking about it a lot. But now, because I don't drink it consistently, and I don't even have like cups, I have 4 ounces, like an espresso cup size, but that'd be doing too much to my system. All right, Victoria, go back to your tea. That's what that says. She completely ignored it, said, well, an employee is not a customer, but made a big deal about me not flipping a coin for it when the other rep got 4 sales already. I don't have shit lined up, but I don't think I can take this anymore. I don't know what to do with this job. I keep trying to hang on in there, but it's not worth the embarrassment. It's not worth my mental health. Girl, I barely spend time with my family because of this job. I just want all of this to go away. All of my friends have partners to help them financially. Yeah, that does help financially, but I have to deal with this shitty job that's trying to fire me. The whole group left me hanging, and she's coaching me out the door. Yeah. And sometimes when they're trying to get people to quit, they will start getting weird. Oh, dang. Hold on 1 second. This won't take me long. Oh, dang.
Okay. All right, now I'm back for sure.
All right. Then she asked me to log out. I should have. Wait. The whole group left. Then she asked me if I'm going on break because I left my bag out. I should have just logged out. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to say. I think I missed the question. Let me go to the question. Lava. All right. So whenever you're ready, Lava, post me your question. And take my anti-inflammatory tea. Oh, that's good. That's good tea. Mm-hmm. That's good tea. What's going on with this job? What am I missing? Let's see. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. I should do a what's the current gossip about your job? Right. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. Thing which I'm messages. Spirit guides and ancestors. Blah blah. What's going on with her job? What is she missing? Give me two cards. What's going on? Ooh. Five of Wands in the upright. I'm not sure. Two of Coins in the reverse. Okay. Give me two more cards. Queen of Staffs reverse. Hangman reverse. Eight of Swords reverse. I'm gonna grab one more actually. Empress reverse, Six of Staffs reverse. Okay. It's no secret that you are clashing with your supervisor. That's not by happenstance. I'm still getting the same energy. Your supervisor is not taking her workers into account. The employee as the employee, she's seeing you all as numbers and sales. The person that you were up against today with the four sales and stuff, I do feel like there's favoritism there, but here's the deal too. There's favoritism for anybody that is hitting the mark and excelling. That's what I'm getting with that one. The moment that person who got four sales, cat was scratching cows. The moment that person who got four sales drops the ball, guess what? They're gonna be on the losing side too. This is somebody who prioritizes your boss, that is, that prioritizes profit, the bottom line, over the well-being of the person. And I'm not saying her, take accountability and step up in regards to, oh, I see my employee drowning. Let me help them. She's from a, well, you should know how to do this. You should figure this out. She's not trying to provide anything. Five of Wands in the upright with the Two of Coins. This environment is going to remain conflictual and imbalanced. And it's coming down from the head. It's not just you. See, the whole thing about it is you need support. You need support from your coworkers. You need support from your boss. You're not getting that support. You feeling burnt out. You feeling tired. You feeling like, oh my gosh, I don't want to do this anymore. That's a normal feeling. That happens to everybody at work. You work at anything long enough. Me, content creating. There's days where I'm just like, ah, and I don't care if it's a 30-second TikTok. My mind is just like, oh my God. So that's a normal situation to get in. However, though, how do you overcome that type of energy is when you have people there to support you. When you have like, okay, hey, you know what? Lava, I feel like, you're falling behind. I'm concerned. How can how can we get you back to where you need to be so that the team can remain strong? Your boss is prioritizing that bottom line super hard. Well, I just hurt your spirit. So are they trying to fire me? I'll get into that. Your boss is prioritizing that bottom line. that is what it is. And it's kind of like, okay, well, if you ain't gonna do it, I'm gonna get somebody else to do it. Fine. If you ain't gonna get the trick, it's just kind of like throw you. Yeah, it is a throw you under the bus, and it's anybody. So I want you to get out of your mind that it's you alone that she's coming after. She's coming after anybody that don't fit that, you know. So even some of her favorites or any of her favorites, like when I tell you your boss is out for herself and herself alone. So if any of your favorites fall underneath, they get a little life situation happening and they're no longer excelling. They're making their quotas, but they're not excelling beyond. She gonna start acting weird and crazy. She gonna make a bad situation worse. Instead of her stepping up as a boss and being a leader and trying to figure out like, okay, what's going on? Because the thing about it is the weakest link on a team, often it's like, okay, yeah, you could be the weakest link on my team, but that falls back on me. If I'm the manager, why are you the weakest link on my team? What am I not doing for you? How am I not supporting you that you feel like you're the weakest link? You see what I'm trying to say? So it's not just you. She should at least, because if it is just you, this is the thing how you get to the bottom line of it. If it is just you, I should be inquiring like, yo, Lava, what's going on? Da 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 da, trying to figure that one out, trying to see if is it me not helping you? Do you feel unsupported? Is there any way we can remedy this? Or, is it just you and you just no longer want to be here? You see, but the only way you get to the bottom of that is by me stepping up as the boss and doing what I need to do. You said, if I let go of I want to be free at this point, she's never here. And is always on vacation. I'm tired of worrying about the see. That's what I said. She's unsupportive. You got the queen of staff in reverse. And funny you said that because she's about to be missing again. Queen of staffs in the reverse. She's about to be absentee again. It's one of those things where it's like, I'm not around. I'm not doing what I need to do, but I'm coming in. Hey, what's going on over here? Did y'all do what y'all had to? Did you heat up the pizza? You said you're hungry. Did you heat up the pizza? Not taking into accountability that maybe you're not the best cook. Maybe you're still learning how to cook. Maybe, somebody didn't, you received the pizza without the pizza box instructions. So you didn't know how many minutes to put the pizza on in the oven or in the microwave to know not to burn it. It's like, yeah, okay, I know how to cook the pizza, but it's like, yeah, I know how to cook the pizza, but nobody took the time to explain the pizza instructions to me. It's a situation like that. Hangman in the reverse is going to be more of the same in this environment. You're not missing anything. And Empress in reverse, she's going to continue to single you out. See, now here's the deal that you want to know. They're not directly firing, at least not right now, because like once again, unless you really want to be fired, do something crazy. Do something crazy, do something wild, get strategic about it, get saucy about it. That's what that is. Do a little weirdness if you want her to fire you. However, though, she's not going to fire you right now. She's not letting go of anybody at this moment, not prior to the new year, unless you do something real wild. But she is going to continue to make things uncomfortable. And a part of this is projection. It's scapegoating, rather. It's not projection, but it's scapegoating. However, though, even if they were to get rid of you, there's somebody else that would take your place because a part of her energy feels like she kind of feel like a bully, to be very honest. She feels like a bit of a bully. And it feels like, once again, if she doesn't find a way to get at you, directly, because she's not trying to fight, she's going to make it to where you want to let go regardless. Here's the other thing too. Your company's not trying to pay out unemployment. That's what I just heard with that one. Your company not trying to pay out unemployment. So once again, I'm not going to fire you for the simple fact of, you can then file for unemployment. So if I were you, at the very least of it, I would hold on just for the fact of being able to file for unemployment. And I'm not saying hold on to a job. I'm just saying if you could do this strategically. You said I'm tired of worrying about this job. Yeah. And this is if you decide, because if you decide you want to walk away, then prioritize the mental health part. But if you can muster it long enough to do this strategically, I would allow them to do what they need to do so I can go file for that unemployment. Because you can't get the unemployment if you quit. And she's not trying to make that comfortable, but a lot of companies do that. They're not trying to make stuff they're not trying to, directly get rid of it because it's like, damn, I know I can. Yeah. Unless it's like a true we have this against you type stuff. Like you clearly did crazy stuff because you not making your sales quota is not going to stop you from getting unemployment. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not that. Now, if you constantly coming to work, you know, late, you not accounting for your time off, that type of crazy stuff. Stuff gotta happen crazy, right? That's not one of them. So that's what I got for you in terms of that. So yeah. That's what I got for you, Lava. But either way, if you are at home right now, you know, like you're not at work, take the rest of today to not think about that job. Take the rest of today to not think about that job. I want you to just enjoy your life today. You know, you got a good chunk of Friday. Enjoy your life. I know it can be, you know, like, oh my God, but how would you mean be like, what? Because here's the thing, if you're not at work, there's nothing you can do in this moment to change whatever's been going on in the past and what might happen in the future. You know, and I know I've been telling y'all, you can change the energy. You can change your energy in this situation, but her energy you can't change because she's stuck to that who she is. She's stuck to being that person. So, you know, you can change the outcome in regards to how you play things out. But I would take the rest of the Friday and just go, you know what? In fact, let today be a break for you. You know, go ahead, order you and your baby something to eat, find something good to watch, and just, yeah, take a load off. Take a load off, and then tell yourself, I'll worry about it tomorrow. Like, go to sleep, wake up, and be like, you know what, fine, I'll worry about it tomorrow. You know, and better yet, if you don't work on the weekend, don't worry about it on your day off. But if you have today off, take the rest of the day. But that's what I got for you, Lava. All right, Aria. All right, Aria, whenever you're ready. And then we got Khadija. All right, whenever Aria is here. I'm going to give it about a minute. Let's see when Aria comes in. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, baby. How was I supposed to know something wasn't right here? Okay. A little paper card doing these. Doing these, doing these, doing these. All right. Aria says, do you see me ever getting an apology from S, my direct manager? We had a good relationship in the beginning, but now it's sour because of the riot situation and the harassment. I felt like he contributed or didn't do enough. Okay, let's see. All right, so let's see how he's feeling about the situation. And will you get a direct apology? Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors, send that channel messages. Spirit guides and ancestors of S, spirit guides and ancestors of Aria. Will S ever apologize to Aria for everything? Got the Two of Cups reversed. How's he feeling about the whole situation? Got the Ten of Swords in the upright. Okay. Give me one more. We got the Knight of Wands in the upright. How is he feeling about? Gosh, side is itching. All right, how's he feeling about the situation in general then, Spirit? Give me two cards. We got the Page of Coins in the upright. We got the Three of Swords in the upright. Queen of Cups. He don't like being uncomfortable. Queen of Cups in a, oh, sorry, Queen of Coins. Queen of Pentacles in the reverse. Six of Staffs reverse. He don't like being uncomfortable. Ace of Pentacles. Is he going to apologize? I'm going to just answer this one directly, but I'll get into the crux of it all. No, not outwardly. You also got the Ten of Swords in the upright. No, he's not going to do so outwardly. He wants to just move on past this. He doesn't like to conflict resolution isn't his strong point. Like, yeah, I can do conflict resolution in regards to business, business matter, but emotional stuff, conflict, whether he don't like being involved with all of that. It's like, can't y'all just solve this? Like, why am I a part of this? Like, why are we doing this? It's that type of energy. So no, you're not going to get a formal apology. You will see change behavior, like a lighter energy from him after a little bit of time. But Ten of Swords, no, he wants to just move on with the Knight of Staffs in the upright. Now, how is he feeling though? Because even though he don't apologize, that don't mean I might not be feeling something. We got the Page of Coins in the upright. He doesn't dislike you, but he is disappointed about the situation because things have changed. He felt the same way, like the area was okay. She was cool. This is one of my trusted employees. And now all of a sudden he don't like weirdness, especially when it comes to coworkers and his direct team. Gosh, I need a back scratcher. But yeah, he doesn't like weirdness between him and colleagues. He doesn't like the weirdness at all, and he's disappointed. Queen of Staffs in reverse. He knows he's not giving you the support that you need. Once again, he's hoping that this blows over, but he hasn't given up hope in you as a team member. He hasn't given up hope with you as, him being your boss. He hasn't given up hope, but he's not offering any type of grand support, and that's where the disconnect is. So while he isn't going to apologize, is he apologetic in his energy? Yeah, in a sense, but it's like, because I don't feel him like thinking like, oh, this is all you. It's just, once again, I know I need to take accountability, or I know I should provide something, but maybe if I just let time pass, she'll see, I'll do something nice for the employees. And, one day I'll just like let her know, like, hey, Aria, we got popcorn in the break room. If you want some, I set you some aside. And hopefully she understands that means that me and her are cool. But he feels pretty awkward right now. So that's too why you're not getting that apology. He feels awkward. Like I said, the conflict resolution part is like, can't it just fix itself? It's one of those energies. You said, yes, I have distance because I feel as a manager, you should have better conflict resolution skills, especially since I'm not the only person. She's done this too. Yeah. Yeah. He gets awkward in situations like this. So does he feel remorse? Yes. Is he going to apologize? No. Is he going to show you and change behavior? Yes. A little bit down the line, if you're still there working with him, I would say by this time in the summer, like 6 months from now, it's going to be changed energy. I'm showing you different. I'm even probably kikiing, stopping you in the hallway more often, stuff like that. But as of right now, it's kind of like, it's one of those. He feels awkward. He feels awkward. But it will get better. However, though, they need to stand up to Raya. They need to stand up to Raya. Why they acting like this woman ruled the company? Like, it's not her company. Like, they need to stand up to Raya. And that's another thing that has to do with them and their comfortability. It's more comfortable for me to, pull back and whatnot. So yeah, which is, this never solves the problem though. And that's why I be telling people, it never solves the problem. Me pulling back and not facing it, being a coward in that situation, only means that I'm starving it off for it to pop up again in the future as an issue. He said, but she cries every time she's crying. You know what? I realize tears do work in the office place. I pulled them out before. This one time I'm in the office, this lady, I'm talking accused of the most craziest thing you could think to get accused of at a job, right? And I'm just like, I know you in line. And I pulled out tears, just like she was about to pull out, because I've seen her do it. So I'm like, shut up. You too damn old. Shut up. So when I had to confront this person, and I was literally told by HR, could you just apologize to her? Which at the time I was just starting in that job. I wasn't even trying to get into the politics and stuff, but I put out some damn tears too, and she was taken aback. I said to myself, we both about to be crying in this bitch, and I'm gonna cry before you cry, because now I'm a girl. And I don't know how to act, but I put on an Oscar performance that day because I was like, you're not about to do this with me. You're about to both have white woman tears. We about to both be up in here crying. And she was so taken aback. I was like, so tears work. Next time you cry too. I'm so serious. You cry also. I can't believe HR did that. And then the crazy thing is the HR ended up being outed herself for doing crazy stuff and not getting her job done. Said I'd be goddamn. God don't like ugly, especially in this age of Aquarius. I haven't. Whenever you're ready, give me your second question. I haven't at this job, but shit, let me drop a tear. So I'm telling you, pull out them tears. They work. This is why people use them. When somebody somebody else cry, you cry with them. When I cry, you cry, we cry together. We all start crying. I'm telling you, it works. Everybody start crying. Everybody got to start crying. Say we cry, cry. How did he feel in that meeting? We cried together. Oh, oh. When I cry, you cry. Okay. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors, thank you for channel messages. You say you are so serious, Khadijah. Oh, and Khadijah, stick around. I'm right on your reading right after this question with Aria. I'm so serious, y'all. Pull out them tears. They work. They work. I was so surprised at how well they worked. I was like, I was sitting there crying. Like I was in that meeting, sitting there crying. And in my mind, it was like a little double split screen. Cause I'm like, wow. No wonder why MFers be crying. Even she was like, and I was like, let me find out. I'm about to be out here boo-hooing. I'm like, man, let some more stuff happen. I'm about to be out here boo-hooing. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. You said, wait, the read the part. Oh, above the question. Oh, I did not read that part. Oops. Thank you. So Carl had, because you know what? I thought you was talking about your manager. So Carl had to do an HR evaluations for our department, and one of the other managers had chose the employee that had disabilities, vulnerable, and couldn't speak literally. It was disgusting. How did he feel in that meeting? How did Carl feel in that meeting? See, universe, spirit guides, and ancestors, and good channel messages. Spirit guides and ancestors of Carl. How did Carl feel in the meeting? But he's the same thing to her. Ooh, I'm hearing the words cornered. Six of Swords in the upright. I'm gonna tell you right now, and I'm gonna get into these other cards. He wanted to move on. Like it's one of them situations where you know how you have been in a meeting and it's not you holding your breath, like you want that thing to be over so bad. You looking like Jesus, please just let it go. Oh my God, like is it been an hour yet? Let me just get up out of here. Like he wanted to be out of that meeting. Like this was one of those things where it's like he felt like the villain even though he didn't call on this person. But what I'm getting is his energy felt like the villain. Like he felt like, damn. He felt like the villain, but I have to show solidarity. I have to keep a straight face. I have to, I can't let you know that I'm like this. But at the same time, this is exactly what he was feeling. So on the outside, he looked pretty even Steven. And work like politics. If anybody asks, I got a perfect excuse for this. Like yeah. But on the inside, like definitely this is one of those things where he went back and told people that like, can you believe she crazy? Let's see, universe, spirit guides, and ancestors think they're channel messages who say yes. So basically they chose the employee that couldn't say anything back right about us. It was so sad because why would they do that? Because exactly what you just said in your sentence, they didn't want anything bad to be said. How else do I control the narrative and the conversation while still looking inclusive? Oh, they put out a lot of stuff. I look inclusive if I choose the person who can't speak and have, visible disabilities, who I know ain't gonna say nothing crazy. And two, ooh, you look crazy if you argue with me. Oh, so what you trying to say? Peter's opinion doesn't account, for anything because he's nonverbal or he has XYZ, But that's a tactic. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors had a crowd feel in that meeting. Once again, uncomfortable, insincere. He felt like he got nowhere. He felt like that meeting. He felt like y'all got nowhere. Like it's given like this. This a whole waste of time. So you gonna, all right, cool. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors, thank you for the channel messages. Full card in the reverse. Yeah, Justice card in the upright. Queen of Swords in the reverse. He felt like he was cornered. There's not much I can say right now because once again, it's one of those things where he can't buck up against management in front of management. He has to show solidarity. He has to be fair. But full card reverse, he didn't think this was a good idea whatsoever. And not because he doesn't want to hear from that employee in particular, but just like what you said, like, what are we doing here? Like, because he definitely feels like there's some real concerns. Not only have you set meetings to meet with him, but other employees have set meetings to meet with him too. And it's like clearly there's problems here because I keep on getting these meeting requests on the docket because there's problems here, but you trying to, okay, cool. So he feels like it's giving merry-go-round energy. It's like, what did we accomplish today? We didn't accomplish anything today. That's how he feels. Goodness, my nose. He feels like, yeah, y'all didn't accomplish anything today. It was counterproductive. That's what he feels like. But he also feels like he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. And here's the thing. No, he's not going to reprimand or call that person into account. The manager called that out because technically the manager didn't do anything wrong. Like, unfortunately, BSing, excuse me, BSing at work isn't a crime. Like when I say BSing, strategically BSing, that's what I should say. Strategic BS at work isn't a crime. If I'm doing everything within company parameters, then I'm supposed to, sure. That's what that energy was. But at the same time, at the end of the day, he knew exactly what that was, strategically BSing. So he felt uncomfortable. And look, I'm telling you right now, I don't know how long Carl will be working at that company. It's toxic. Like, I know he's thinking, it's a good job. Not, sometimes too, you be thinking to yourself, oh, this is good money. This is a good job. This is good benefit. This is a good opportunity. And on the outside looking in, but Carl about to be, the burnout is coming very quickly with him. He's feeling spent. Like, he's definitely going to make it into a year, but I don't know if he's going to settle in to a 5-year position with this company. My department specifically is Toxic AF. Yeah. I don't know if he's going to make it 5 years at that company. I'm feeling a maximum of 3. So, Carl going to take as much as he can until he can't take no more, but he's out of there. Like, mark my words. He's ready to get the hell up out of Dodge. I'm not sure about the other departments though. Yeah. He's ready to get the hell up out of there. Get the hell up out of here. That's what I got for you, Aria. So thank you. All right, let's get into Khadijah. And then Black Widow Row, you are after Khadijah. And Black Widow Row, I'm gonna get to your comments too. About the Michigan State. Oh my gosh, yeah, I saw that story. That was crazy. It's ridiculous. Oh, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. Bust up what it is right now. 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 What it is right now. Bust up what it is right now. Bust up what it is right now. Ridiculous.
gotta start getting more B-Day. All right. I just started a new job this week. Congratulations. And I want to know what my coworkers are saying behind my back. Ooh, okay. So that was my confirmation. I need to hit y'all with that reading. That was my confirmation. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors click the channel messages. Spirit guides and channel. Ancestors go to DJ. What are her coworkers saying about her behind her back at her new job? Let's see what popped out. Now, you got the King of Coins in the upright. That's a good start. Now, I do feel a Nine of Swords energy. The Nine of Swords tried to pop out, wanted to pop out, but didn't. Something about your role is stressful. Whoever left the role previous to you, whoever left the role or was let go of, no, they left that role. You holding a stressful position. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible. You can't take it. You might not be there long. You holding a stressful position. That's what I'm getting with that one. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors send good channel messages. So they are talking about that high priestess in the upright. Oh my gosh, this Nine of Swords definitely want to pop out. They're concerned about you quitting at some point, being stressed out real bad at some point, or just kind of like, being, oh, they're that's their main concern. Like, what if she can't handle it? Wheel of Fortune in the upright. So far, they got a lot of faith in you. Wheel of Fortune in the upright. They got a lot of faith in you. King of Coins in the upright. They feel like you're a great pick. Oh goodness, why am I belching so much? Was it it can't be the ginger tea, whatever, because I need to release. They feel like you're a great pick so far, like that you can handle the job, but they are concerned about you and your stress level. High priestess in the upright, they feel like you're very connected to the role, like you're somebody that's very competent, like, like you came in there to do your thing. Like they feel like change, like whatever the position that you hold, like, okay, this is be good change. She's good for it. She's knowledgeable. So you don't got anything weird happening. But now, like I said, the T isn't what they're saying about you directly, because they're not saying anything crazy. At least not yet. It's like they don't know you yet to make a conclusion about, if you're good or not good for the role. Right now, they're assuming the best, which is a good thing. But it's about the role itself, the company itself, and who held this role prior to you. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors, distinguished channel messages. What are you saying? I forget you. Back. About position. What are people saying to keep? Yeah, Eight of Swords in the reverse. There's been a high turnover rate. Everybody that's held your role in particular, they've been let go of. No. They let go. Eight of Wands in the upright. This man wanted to jump out. Eight of Wands in the upright. Yeah, there's a lot there's a lot of stress, headache that comes with this particular position. Now, this ain't what you need to hear, that you just got the job, but there's something disorganized about the position, and meaning you got your job, like you do your job, but now I'm going to tackle on other stuff that's not in your job description. This ain't necessarily your job, but I'm going to make it your job. So, I know you said you one of our, company specialists, advocacy specialists, but also we need a front desk, specialist, and we also need an insurance specialist. So you be doing a little bit of all of that. It's stressful. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. You may not get the strongest support with management.
That's what I'm getting with that one. I can tell you why. Now management is going to be good to you, but not because they don't like you. Get this, they don't know what they're doing. Management is coasting. This is what they're saying behind your back. So this is the juice. And give me one more, Spirit. What are they saying about vision behind your back? What are they saying? Sure. Back. Moon card in the reverse. Oh, you gonna see. They're talking about how, oh, it's gonna be revealed. Like basically the training is a breeze. The training, everything's gonna be, oh, okay. But Four of Swords in reverse, that's when the real fun starts, when the training is done, and that's when the masks come off and you start seeing like, oh, that's what was behind door number one. A bunch of weirdos, that's what that is. So they're more so, goodness, it's like I can't get that itch. Yeah, so they're not gossiping about you, in a displeasing way about you, but about your role in particular. They know the secrets of what's come before you, and that's what they're kind of like. I hope she okay. Like I hope she lasts. That's the energy. So that's what I got for you, Khadija, for your first question. Whenever you're ready, give me your next one. But yeah, they doing some stuff with this job in particular. You said, Lord help me, LOL. Yeah. Now I did the good news. If this helps, I don't feel you quitting your job or anything like that. When I tell you, if this helps too, when I tell you got job security, like girl, job security, okay, job security. Um, you're not gonna have to worry about that job, okay? But at least not in those regards. But yeah, it's one of them things where you'll become one of them where when they start hiring new people, you be like, oh yeah, just let them get in here first. By the third week, we're gonna show them who they really here with. We're gonna let them know who the lizard people, you know. So that's what it's giving. After you're ready, give you your next question. Where's mine? Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Katrina, Katrina, Katrina. It's like I want to run to the stove, but I don't want to the stove. Who can I run to? Let's see, what did that cost me? Go to the stove. Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Katrina, Katrina, Katrina. Do I want to run to the stove? Okay. I have been talking to Josh a lot more lately, mostly by text. I'm wondering how our next encounter will go. Universe, spirit guides. Ooh, I should do that too. How will your next encounter go? Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors English channel messages. Spirit guides and ancestors of Josh, spirit guides and ancestors of Egypt. How will their next encounter go? Spirit from two person. How will their next encounter go? We have the Knight of Coins reversed. We have the Queen of Cups in the upright. How will the next encounter go? We have the Two of Staffs in the upright. We have the Ace of Coins reverse, Nine of Swords reverse, Seven of Cups in the upright. I said pleasant next encounter. However, there's no definites here. I'm not offering you anything solid, but there's a lot of emotional, it's a good energy. It's a lot of emotional stuff, if you all are at the point of sensuality, it's good, like it feels comfortable. I feel hope for the connection. However, though, there's no definite here. Ace of Coins reverse. I'm not letting you feel like, yeah, we about to go somewhere with this. I'm keeping hope alive though. Two of Wands in the upright. We might even see each other again in another week or so. That's what I'm getting with that one. I don't want to let go of you. I still want to continue on, this connection in a more no strings attached. Let's just keep on vibing. The vibe is good. I'm put some love oracle too. The vibe is good, but I'm not. Oh, Katrina. Yeah, the vibe is good, but I'm not. I'm not cutting anything in stone. I'm not giving you any definites. You know, but it is enough to give you hope with the Seven of Cups at the bottom of the deck in the upright. I'm giving you some major hope here. Nine of Swords in reverse. It's an overall, like we just talk about the meeting. It's a breezy meeting. It's a breezy energy. That's what I'm getting with that. All right, hold up. Wait. I'm to be having two bones. All right, let's see. Universe, spirit guides. What would that next encounter be like, spirit to her? What would that next encounter be like, spirit to her? What would the next encounter be like to her? What would the next encounter be like? Give me two cards. You said make the effort, initiate first, return of a lover, reconciliation. So yeah, once again, there's a lot of like, lovey-dovey energy here, divine, but there's more waiting, divine timing, very soon, love is near. Like there's no definites here, but there is romance, like I'm giving it to you. But I'm not telling you what tomorrow's gonna look like, but will I be able to see you again tomorrow? I don't know about all that. But I do know I like you. Yeah. Yeah, I like you, but I don't know about I don't know about the future. I know about the here and the now. That's his energy. That's his energy. And that's how the next encounter is gonna go. So it's gonna be a pleasant encounter if you take it at face value. If you allow yourself to be in the moment of the actual encounter, yeah. But stepping out the moment of the encounter, might encompass some disappointments because he's not giving definites. He said the conversations have been cool, but it feels like everything is nothing. Yeah, nothing definite. Yeah, it's more of that. It's more of that. Like in person, we vibing. Like it's good, And honestly, it's the type of good where you kind of confused. Like so, like we have all this chemistry. It's going so well. What's the problem? Like you kind of confused. Like so, why can't we just vibe? Like what's going on here? Like why you acting weird if we do so well together? Like it's that type of energy where you confused because it's like, but we do okay. Like I don't get what's going on. Like it's that type of energy. So yeah, so that's what I got for you. So it's a pretty pleasant next meeting, but it's not giving any definites basically. So that's what I got for you, Khadija. Oops, excuse me. Black Widow Row. Whenever you are ready, give me your questions. He said, thank you so much. Absolutely. Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Here comes the hurricane, bitch.
Here comes the hurricane, bitch. Here comes the hurricane. Katrina, Katrina, Katrina. Katrina, Katrina, Katrina. Okay. Blackwater Road, I'm ready whenever you are. I need to sort out my cards. Everywhere, it's everywhere. Everything is. What I am is what I am. You said I'm just going to focus on having a good time and not put my all into. I mean, honestly, yeah. Like it's one of those situations where spirit isn't saying, "Oh my God, don't talk to him," you know. Because the truth of the matter is, not everything is going to be a serious situation, you know. But spirit is saying, if you're not trying to get your feelings hurt or anything like that, yeah, then just allow yourself to have fun. Because in the moment, that in the moment energy feels like a vibe, but it's just that the long term expectation part, that's where it kind of would kind of get you in a spirit where it's like, oh my gosh, bro, you know, that's where you know the anxiety is popping in at. Okay, they're gonna give it back. It's just gonna take forever to do it. All right, hold on, y'all. Okay, I'm here. All right, so Black Widow Road, whenever you're ready. She probably trailed off. I am whatever you say I am. In the paper, the news, every day I am. Radio won't even play my jam. Maybe. Yeah, it's Black Widow Rose's turn, but I don't see her like she might have stepped away. I think she stepped away. Um, hey Beyond the Universe, do you mind sending? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I can fit you in right in this question. Yeah, no problem. Hey Beyond the Universe, how are you? I just got me a new deck shuffled up. Actually, I'm gonna use this one, y'all. Pamela Coleman Smith. All right, let me change to your name. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, Black Road. Black Road, whenever you're ready, drop me your questions. Yeah. He said, unfortunately, I got chosen to be. Oh, they put you on Brandon's team, and I was so annoyed. Adam said he really liked me, which I believe, but I'm not sure now. I'm newly trained, and I'm going to have to work harder to. I wonder if old girl got something to do with it. To hold my own. He said he really wanted me on his team, but yet he chose Megan and Donna. Megan makes a lot of mistakes, and Donna is a contingent worker. I wonder what Adam's motive is for that. Adam was singing my praises to him during my review. He said my performance has been amazing. I also admitted that he liked me since the interview, and he hired me for a reason. How will I do on Brandon and Greg's team? Greg is the sit-in for Brandon because Brandon might come back to the company like playing. Oh wow, maybe this will work out though. Okay, so now that we have like a different component here, the fact that Brandon may not come back, maybe this is maybe this is good. Also, I'll turn a negative into a positive. Myself shine. So let's see. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. These are channel messages, spirit guides, and ancestors of Black World. How is Black World going to do on Brandon and Greg's team? Two first. How is two? Oh, I just heard why they picked Donna. They don't trust. Now, when I say they don't trust, I don't mean it like Greg is incompetent. But it's one of those things where because Donna is contingent, like it's almost kind of like there's not enough information. Like, it's like, okay, Donna's contingent. It's like the logic behind this is we might as well just keep her in place because she might not be here. So why should we introduce her to a whole different manager? Why should we, it's almost kind of like trying to eliminate extra work for a new team member, like, okay, like, why are we going to put Donna, I'm about to let you understand, I'm about to let you be Donna, da, 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 and Donna might not even be here. It's that type of energy. They were being strategic with that one because Donna's contingent and they still don't know about Donna. She real contingent. I don't know. I mean, she ain't bad. It's just that I don't know what they're gonna do because there's more hiring going on. If they can find somebody better than Donna, they're gonna get rid of Donna. They're keeping Donna contingent. And the crazy thing about it is, I see you, B. The crazy thing about it is Donna is gonna stay contingent. Like the weird thing is they'll keep Donna contingent for 8 months. She'll be on the contingent, right? But they're gonna keep her there until they're still trying to see if they can find somebody else, basically. And if they find somebody else better than Donna, Donna gonna be up out of there. But it's kind of that type of energy. Donna isn't involved in her work as much as she should either. Yeah. But it's one of those energies where it's like, okay, it's too many moving parts. Not that Greg couldn't, but it's kind of like, why be that invested when we know Donna about to go over anyway? Ooh. I also got your tea why he chose Megan. Megan and Brandon clashed too hard. They've had history. You say, yep, I told her that. Megan, so this isn't a bad thing. Okay. Which I understand why you would feel a way, if I'm over here telling you, yo, Black Widow Road, you're amazing. I mean, stellar. Oh my God. But then I'm telling you, I chose somebody else. So Megan and Brandon don't get along. Like they don't work together well at all. That's why he kept her, or he chose her for his team, because it's one of those things where it's like they're not looking to fire Megan, but it would have been too much of a clash, and it would have been a situation where we can't have two employees on a shopping block, him and her, so it's like, what, let's just conflict resolute all of this. Nah, she ain't even got to be over there. But we got the King of Swords in the up. You said, OMG, Megan didn't tell me that. Megan didn't say that he was mean, but she didn't speak detail. Yeah, they don't get along. They've had clashings.
Her and who's Jordan? I was about to say her and Jordan. I don't know who Jordan is, but her and Brandon have clashed. They have clashed before in a major way. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, she couldn't go on Brandon's team. That's the thing. And now that you say that, and now that was coming down the energy, and when she kept on going, insisting that she could not be on Brandon's team. That's why she kept on saying, "You gonna be on Brandon's team," because they've had clashings. I feel in the energy too. At one point, she might have been on Brandon's team. She's worked with Brandon's team. She was either on his team before. I don't know. Did you tell me that? She was either on Brandon's team before, or she's worked basically on his team. She's worked with his like closely with him, and it didn't work out. It really didn't work out. Okay, yeah, it didn't work out. It really, really didn't work out. So she can't be on Brandon's team. So that's why you weren't chosen. Sincerely so. Um, okay. Sincerely so, you would have been on Adam's team if those two components were not things that you were up against. You said, no, I didn't tell you that. You're just a great intuitive. Thank you. Well, thank you, universe. Thank you, universe, for the channel messages. So, yeah, so that's what you had going on. She can't be on Braden's team. So, unfortunately, it was one of the things where his back was against the wall. What I can tell you is Adam is not thrilled to have either of them on his team in lieu of you. However, though, it's like what's going to make the most sense. Also, too, he trusts that you can do well on your own. That's another reason why he sent you over to Brandon's team, because it's like, you know what? She's going to be fine. We send her over there. She's going to be fine. She's going to excel. If I send the other two over there, yeah. And then here's the thing. They don't dislike, even though Donna's contingent, they don't dislike Megan or Donna. Like, Megan may not be the strongest word, but they don't dislike her. She's not weak enough that it's like, oh, we need to fire you. So they don't dislike her. But at the same time, it's like they feel like they'd be setting up either of them to fail if they send them over there, that they wouldn't perform to their greatest potential. You said, yeah, they were hinting at that about me. But you and Brandon, so you and Brandon and George's team, Brandon's not coming back. Oh, I just heard that too. Brandon's not coming back. But you got the King of Swords in the upright, Universe Spirit Guides, and Ancestors English messages. Eight of Pentacles in the reverse. It's gonna come easy. It's gonna come easy. And you wanna know what else is coming through? Like, I know you said that Brandon did the night shift already. But you know how originally you wanted to do the night shift because it had a bigger pay? You might, I don't know how you feel about it, but you might get a chance to do that with Greg's team. That's what I'm getting with that one. It's going to be Greg's team. Brandon's not going to come back. So that makes sense. I feel like I'm a stranger. I'm a stronger technician than both Megan and Donna. Not to toot my own. I mean, toot away. Toot away. It's gonna be a little bit easier. Now, I'm not saying that you're not gonna get the same, training, know-how, all of that. You're gonna be, left in the dirt and the dumps. No, but it's gonna be easier for you to excel on Greg's team. I'm gonna just call it Greg's team because Brandon is not going there. Universe, Spirit Guides, and Ancestors, thank you for channel messages. Now, here's the thing. Greg's energy is laid back like Adam's, but even more so. Like, so he needs probably people that can be more of a self-starter or more self-motivated like yourself. Also, too, he's not that bad of a like he's pretty easy breezy to get along with. He's pretty easy breezy to get along with. So once again, Megan, her energy feels conflictual, not in like a Karen type of way, but in an annoying, like, like you got that one kid in school that's not that asking questions is bad, but they're like, it's like they're purposefully doing stuff. They're purposely being annoying. They may not be your favorite person. They purposely, and it is like when they do actually get into situations where it's like, oh, I need some assistance. Just to give it that type of energy, like it purposely being annoying. You said, but if Brandon doesn't come back, George be mad. You said Megan is an annoying Leo type. Yeah, that's where her energy is. George is lead that is taking over manager position for. Yeah, Brandon's not coming back. George is. Yeah, hold on. Let me ask my guys. Nah, Brandon not coming back. You said she's away from sheets, but universe, spirit guides, and ancestors, they will show you messages. Um, how will things go for Black Girl? Yeah, he's just not that. Look, he's very hands off, but in a very cool type of way. In a very cool type of way. Like, I mean, yeah, like he will teach you, like if you have questions, he's gonna be there. Like he's not like just leaving you out to roast. Like I hope you figured that one out. No, but his energy is real laid back and you're gonna excel on his team. So I mean, it may kind of say, look, Nine of Pentacles or Nine of Cups at the bottom of the deck, wish fulfillment. You're gonna excel on his team. So it may have kind of felt like, damn, like universe, what are you doing? Like things are vibing between me and Adam. You said that things were good. Exactly what you want is coming to pass. Exactly what you want is coming to pass. That's what I'm getting with that one. You say, yeah, George is hands off AF. He doesn't care. Right. Like he's laid back. You said, girl, I don't even know him or have seen his face. Oh well, I didn't think that Brandon would come back. That man ain't ever showed up yet. Yeah. Brandon's not coming back. Mm-mm. Yeah, he's done. He's done. Brandon is good. But George, yeah, you're gonna shine even more so on his team. And it's almost like they kind of set this up for George to succeed, not to fail, but to succeed. Because it's one of those things where it's like, once again, well, we know George, it's like they're trying to set him up to succeed. So they purposely gave George somebody where it's like they don't, they know they don't have to do a lot of hand holding. He said, "Oh, I see that. I see what you're saying, George. Always believe in me." Yeah. But the other two are just like I said, not Donna so much as Megan. It's a big clash there, and it just like we don't even have to go through this. Like we ain't even got to have unnecessary meetings. Let's just keep them over here because Adam's energy is like, oh, I know how to keep them in line. I know how to keep them in line. Plus, Megan don't act the same way with Adam that she acts with other people. Like Adam ain't playing that. It's like okay, well, do it, and that's it. That's all. So yeah. So this may have seemed like a little bit of a snub, but it wasn't. It was all strategic. Um, but when you're ready, give me your second question, please. When you're ready, give me your second question. Oh, hello, sled bell ringing, jing, 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 jing. Okay. You said right. Megan wants to be the lead for George, but I don't think George would want her to be the lead. I think if Sean knew lead of George or to lead, George will offer to. In real life, like I very strongly feel that because I told you I feel your energy becoming a lead. Like you're next in line for that. Like in real, like I'm not even pulling your foot. You're next in line for lead. Yeah, you're next in line. Okay. Wow, that would be cool. Yeah, you're next in line. I would be shocked. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Now, I mean, whatever the processing time is, but yeah, you're next in line for me. Mm-hmm. Zing a ling a ling a ling a ling a ling. Oh, head on slip by ling 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 ling. Big old. I have a leadership qualities, but that's because I've always lead myself. Others follow. That's cool, but it's not expected. Yeah. But yeah, and this is this hold on. How do I say this is yeah, this is all a part of your goal, the goals that you're setting out. This is all a part of the, what you've been due to manifest in. So this is all by design. Hold on a second. I don't know what to do. Oh. I hear a slip by ringing, jing, jing, jingling, jingling, ling, ling, um, discard, start over. Oh man, I need one of those again. He said, I'm typing for. No, you're good, you're good, you're good. I'm just looking at this chicken patty I had the other day. Um, B, after I do your question, I'm gonna leave this live and then I'm gonna come back this evening. I gotta make me something to eat, y'all. Oh, looking at chicken patty. I came in. I'm trying to upload something else, but I stopped and looked at a chicken patty. I stopped and looked at a chicken patty, chicken patty, chicken patty, chicken patty, 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 patty. Oh, no wonder why it's doing that. Duh, because that's not a video. Shake your body, body, move your body, body, grow your body, body, move your body, body. What? Oh, I must have to download those directly. I thought they already said. You know what? Since we're here. Okay. You said I would like to have an update. Okay, I see B. Let's see. For 2026, I know things are coming to me fast. I'm going to be strategizing a plan to implement in quarters so I can minimize goals to doable goals for each quarter. I have been doing my luxury advent calendar ritual and it has been doing a number on me. I mean, I have been so glued to the advent calendar content. Oh man, it's this one creator. I can't think of his name. I should have. Did I follow him? I don't know if I followed him, but he's based in Canada. I found out, and he's Filipino. And right now he's at war with Dior. No, Christian Dior, which I find hilarious, but he's so relevant. He's like really good. But I've been watching his advent calendar material uh primarily because his is like really good. Let's see. I have been doing my luxury advent. I go into a 12-hour day shift next year also. Okay. And then that's the 4 days a week, 12 hours to LOL that 800 to 1,000 having calendar budget wasn't worth it to me. Yeah. Yeah, like they playing. They playing. They playing all the way. All day, all the way. And it's crazy what these brands are doing. I'm like, uh-uh. Yeah, they playing. At least, because how many days is in that? I did do in 24 or 12. I think they do all 24. It should have been at least 5 full-size fragrances in that calendar. Like real life. It should have been at least 5 full-size fragrances. And I know people are, oh, but that outweigh the $1,000. No, they make a bunch of that toilet water in-house. They should have at least 5 fragrances. Because ain't nobody buying out the fragrances like that. So they can afford to put the 5 up in there. When it comes to spirituality, I want to make time for it and go deeper into learning the craft. How do you see me turning out spiritually in 2026? I have 24 days. My admin calendar, I believe. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. Any channel messages, spirit guides, and ancestors. How will she turn out spiritually in 2026 into birth? Ooh, you have the 6 of coin or 6 of pentacle, or that I said every 6 but 6. 6 of cups in the reverse. How will she turn out spiritually in 2026 spirit? She turn out spirit in 2026. 2 cards. Knight of Wands reverse. These are actually really good cards, but they're telling about the energies around you. Wow. High Priestess. Okay, you are definitely getting deeper into your spiritual bag. You're pulling away from other energies, though. Naturally, like, I'm not even done with the cards, but I got to get this out. 6 of Cups reverse, Knight of Wands reverse. Naturally, to whom much is given, much is required. The further you go up, the more you're going to be pulling back from people. You said 666 has been everywhere for me, too. Yeah. I forgot what 666 is, what angel number that is. However, though, naturally you're gonna be pulling back from people, and not in a spiteful type of way, or like a bitch. Blah, 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 blah. No, this is gonna be more so like you can't take everybody where you are. They're not fitting in your frequency. They're not fitting in your frequency. That's what this is. High Priestess in the upright. Oh, you are hitting a spiritual milestone. You're getting, you're gonna feel yourself very potent. Your intuition, your level of discernment, your foresight, all of these things are strengthening in terms of your spiritual, I'm sorry. In terms of your spiritual powers and stuff, there's like a bird stuck in my chest. It needs to be bird like a baby. These things are strengthening for you. Universe, spirit, guides, and ancestors. Yeah, I think that it's happening naturally, I believe. I'm also coming into my Scorpio North Node too. Yeah, absolutely. Like things are getting stronger for you. These are absolutely getting stronger for you. But naturally, you're gonna be letting some people go. Here's the thing too. People's energy is gonna become more avoidant of you. Not avoidant in like a weird way. I'm being weird with you, but like more so, I'm naturally pulling back. I'm naturally pulling back because I can't stand your glow. Like I can't stand this out of your glow. Like, and here's the thing, I can't stand this out of your glow because I feel like I'll be exposed. If I stand too close in your glow, I feel like you're gonna see through me. Like you gonna no, get away. No, she's gonna see the real. She's gonna see the real. No. Universe spirit guys, establish on messages. Say, girl, my intuition has increased. Can you believe it? I used to never be able to listen to my higher self. But I'm more clear and it's scary low key. And you know what you're doing too? It's not even just hearing it, you're trusting it. You're trusting it. Because I feel like, we all get the discernment. Oh goodness. We all get the discernment. We all get the, the SOSs from up above. But we don't trust it when we hear it. You're trusting it. You're trusting it. And that's too. The more you trust your intuition, the stronger it gets. The more you trust it, the stronger it gets. Universe, spirit, guides, and ancestors. Oh, it's 2026 spiritually. You're also going to get connected with more spiritual people. But your strength is coming in, I'm here hiding in plain sight. So you're mixing in glamour with spirituality. You know who else does that? Hide in Plain Sight is very good with this, and that's why I thought it was so funny when the girlies tried to expose her because all of the exposés came from her own videos of her telling you about herself. Um, Shira, Shira 7. And it was even crazier when people were like, "Oh my God, did you know she's a witch?" Like the Shira been the she people who know Shira has like 4 different channels. She doesn't I believe she stopped updating all 4 of her channels. But she had her witchy channel, which is a Shira, Star Goddess, and then she has Shira 7, which was her love advice. Then also she's a DIY queen. Like Shira loves to, dibbles and dabbles and doodles and dots. So she had that channel, and then she had like a general like blog channel that she would like sparingly update. I mean, like very sparingly, but it was just like little blogs and like Shira style blogs. Like they weren't like, De'Ara Taylor type blog style. It was just like, I took my phone out, put a little, recorded some stuff, put a little music on it, boom, I uploaded it. But yeah, people don't know that one. But long story short, I'm using her as an example because she strategically have mixed in magic with glamour. She does glamour magic. She does glamour magic. She strategically have merged the two. And it's like, if she did not tell you what she does, outside of that, you wouldn't know. You would just think like, oh, here comes Shira. She has these opinions. She's a strong-willed, strong-minded person. But yeah, she strategically mixed the two. And I feel your energy is stepping, or not stepping, has stepped into that realm of things. Because the thing about it is too, I feel like there's the stereotype of what spiritual people look like. It's like, and I'm not saying that this is a bad thing, but at the same time, it's like people feel like, oh yeah, it's giving dungeon, it's giving but in reality, like there's a lot of spiritual people that people don't even have any knowledge of. I mean, this is a terrible example, but Diddy did not. He's abused things, but on out, you would never think that Diddy was as knowledgeable about the other side as he is, about the esoteric as he is. Um, Even the tattoo that he has on his back, what is it, Isole Dantor? Like you would never know that he. But that's just what it is. It's like a lot of people, it's like, but that's hiding in plain sight. There's a reason why I'm not looking the stereotype of things, and that's how your energy is coming off in 2026. You're not showing your cards, you're not dining on the look of things, but it's not that you aren't, and it's not that you don't look. You just represent a different sector of it. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. House 2026. We handing out spiritual black welcome to birth. Wheel of Fortune in the upright. Not only are you calling in abundance, but you're wrapping up karmic cycles even more so. You're wrapping up karmic cycles. Um, and look, open opportunities. But you'll be doing a lot of networking too, spiritually. You'll be doing a lot of networking. So things are working well for you. Things are working out very well for you in 2026 spiritually. And your energies, your powers, you're only getting stronger. You're only getting stronger. But now you're about to start seeing energies fall off from you. And you're not even doing anything to make it occur. You're not doing anything to make this occur. You're not saying anything to anybody. They're falling away by their own happenstance. Oh, they're falling away by their own happenstance because, yeah, once again, I don't want to be exposed. And then that's the whole thing of our spirits can see each other. Before we see people, our spirits see each other. And yeah, people will run if they know that their spirit can't take it. But that's what I got for you. Whenever you're ready, give me your third question. Gosh, I gotta sneeze. I'm so fancy. Say yes, I'm getting a stronger girl. Have made a lot of improvements during December. Yeah.
LA to Tokyo. Okay. Oh my god, my nose. That is sneeze. All the girls waiting in the line for the bathroom. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? I'm blanking. I'm blanking. 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 I'm blanking. 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 I'm blanking. I'm blanking now. I'm blanking now. Whoa, blanking, 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 blanking out. I'm blanking, 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 blanking. I'm blanking out. Okay. You said I was waiting for a bit. No, 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 no. I'm sorry. This is why I hate getting distracted. I be in my mind. Uh, okay. No, B, don't go anywhere because you're right after this last question with Black with a Row. You said, girl, that's me, with my ADHD. That's where all. You said, but I get me singing cool. You know what? I actually did an evaluation. Um, and according to the evaluation, I don't meet all of the criteria. I don't meet all of the criteria for ADHD. And I was surprised. I was like, are y'all sure? Because sometimes I just be like, whoo, me and the cat be on the same frequency. um, but I forgot what they call it when it's like when you're close to but not quite. But it's definitely the it's definitely there. But at the same time, I noticed that, which I do like, when I'm hyper focused on getting tasks done or an interest, or like, when I'm like, oh yes, I came here to figure this one out, I like stay locked in, sometimes to the point where it's like, I'll forget to eat, which I'm not mad about. Like, I got enough food on my body. But you said, OMG, really, girl, I was ADHD and close to bipolar. LOL. Yeah, that's why I was like, like, because I know I deal with the anxiety, like, whoo. And I've been making it on vibes. I've been like, I have nothing against medication though, but more so like just personally, I've just been making it on vibes. I'm like, okay, we're gonna figure it out. But yeah, like I don't meet the full criteria, but we're talking about just like a couple of things underneath that. And I'm just like, oh. And so, but parts of me kind of wonder though, because like, well, especially with the focus, like I said, but see, I'm able to focus when I'm very interested in something. And I know for me, school has always come easy because I've always, once again, I was interested. I've always been an inquisitive person.
But I mean, I'm happy that was a focus because woo, that would have been hard. But like the things that I'm just like, I'm just not interested in, I'm just like, and I be telling people, I'm like, sometimes like, especially when people are like, what you thinking about? They be thinking my thoughts be all deep. And I'm like, look, you could tap in. It's elevator music going on right now. Elevator music. You said ain't nothing wrong with that if you can. I was making it on for 24 years. Yeah, hyper. That's why I was like, yeah, I just, yeah, I get hyper fixated on like task or whatever. Like if I'm really interested in it, I cannot, like, even like, I mean, I haven't done, I gotta finish the other books. But like that first, the pick a card journal, like when I tell you I locked in, I was just so like I did not eat. I was like, I have got to finish this. You said it's only half DHD. It must be. I think so. I think so because the part when they were like, "Oh, not being able to focus in school," I was like, I was able to focus in school. Um, but once again, my favorite subjects, which is the things that, well, I wasn't able to do math that well. Oh gosh, that was a whole fiasco. But I've always loved literature, and a lot of schooling has a lot to do with like books, reading, comprehension stuff. So that came pretty easy for me. But once again, that was already an interest. So things that I'm interested in, I can go all out. But whew, like I said, there's sometimes I gotta force myself to. If I don't want to do it. Yeah, like I said, me and the cat, we be on the same frequency sometimes. I ain't gonna even hold you. Um, you say yes, I'm getting stronger. A lot of um, would I have a chance to make a great amount of money next year? I'm thinking about manifesting being a millionaire, so I can aim high so that I can, even if I don't make it there, I'll stand. I mean, but that's the goal though. That's what they say you're supposed to do. Shoot for the stars because if even if you don't hit the stars, you'll still fall in the clouds. Um, Even if I don't make it there, I still end up doing pretty well. Right. Shoot for the stars. Shoot for the stars because even if you don't make it to the stars, the moon is fine too. LOL. I didn't even read that part. You said, "Girl, that's me." Yeah. So let's see. Wait, can you still identify the parts? But you can still identify with parts of it, and that's legit too. Yeah, that's why I say, yeah, honestly, especially like after I got into mental health, I remember when I first went through the DSM, I was like, well, goddamn, like there's something going on with everybody. Because his name is, see, for me, and this is controversial because you can't say this in mental health spaces, but I don't like that everything is labeled a disorder because I feel like if it's something that essentially is taking over in a way that you're not able to get your responsibilities done, like you're not able to get to work, you're not able to clean yourself, you're not able to, like, because even with depression isn't classified as clinical until it becomes severe, and severe is classified to where it's getting in the way of everyday functionalities. It's getting in the way of work. I mean, because it's like if you think about it, in like a lot of places in the world, technically everybody depressed, but it's not. It's like I can say, hey, you're exhibiting signs of depression or depressive, energies. But at the same time, you have a lot of functional people. You have people, they're still going to work. They're still taking baths regularly. They're still keeping up with friends, So it's like it makes you wonder too, like, are we just labeling a bunch of stuff? Are we just labeling a bunch of stuff? And it's not to say that things don't deserve labels, but I don't know. It's just kind of like if we like, are we labeling things that are actually normal? Because we know that normal is relative. It's like normal is an adaptation. Like once again, I feel like if it's disrupting regular functionality, that's when it becomes something where we need to maybe place a name to it so we can help treatment of it. But if you twirling around in a circle helps you get out the house on time and get to work, and if you still doing your job and you're excelling in your job, but once again, you got to hit that little circle twirl. Like, is it really a problem though? You know, like, is it really an issue if you're not harming yourself, you're not harming others, your life is not in shambles, and you're still able to function very well and help others function? I'm like, is that really an issue? So, but that's neither here nor there. But of course, when I'm in mental health spaces and you know, I go according to, you know, practice and things like that. But at the same time, there are things that I've questioned where I'm like, but is this a problem? Like, because I look at a lot of things as this is just people existing in a different way, in a different font, but not at the, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a different font, but it's not a problem. Like it's like I can read the font, you know, the font is trans, you know, uh not translucent. What is it? Translatable. It's just a different font though. But anyway, I digress. You said honestly, I think that's what makes you an amazing reader. Being in mental health. That's a good question. I have ADHD, and I realize when I slow down and I move at my own pace, I'm more organized. Also, is that my nervous system is regulated in my right? I mean, because yeah, it's like even when you think of that, like when I've worked with people with ADHD, a common practice would be to like have them basically like just like that, slow things down because it's not that people weren't capable, weren't excelling, wasn't getting things done, wasn't you know going to work, making things happen. It was more so like, okay, well, if we know that you have more strength in something that interests you, how about we tailor the energy towards something that interests you, you know? And then it's like, okay, if the difference is, you know, okay, it's harder for you to get to places on time. And okay, you have to get there on time, you know, in some constructs, you have to get there at a specific time. It's like, okay, well, then what can we do that makes sense for you so that that constraint doesn't feel like a hindrance and you don't feel like, you know, like you're stuck in this loop of, oh my gosh, I'm always, you know, I'm always wrong or I'm not doing this right, or people assuming that you are being rude to them when reality is you're just dealing with something different than they are. It's like, okay, well, fine. If I know that it takes me 2 hours to leave the house when it can take somebody else 30 minutes, I'm going to start my day 2 hours earlier. Solution. Solution. But at the same time, it's like, but does it make you wrong because you have to start your days 2 hours earlier versus the person who's able to get out in 30 minutes when we both made it there at the same time, or I even made it there early? I'm like, no, I don't think that's a problem. I just think that that's a different way of doing something. And life teaches us that there's different pathways to the same road. You know, like I don't have to travel by bike. I can travel by foot. I can travel by car. I can take a plane. Either way, we still going to the destination. So that's what I'm like, you know. Plus, two, I work a lot with kids, and you get in spaces where they've labeled kids a lot of things. When I'm like, at the end of the day, that can be dangerous because one, you'll get like a hyperactive kid, which children are hyperactive. Kids are hyperactive. It's natural. But there's labels for the hyperactivity in kids, you know? And these labels are also dangerous too, because once again, once you put that label there, I'm no longer trying to dissect and figure out what's going on with the individual. Why is this individual reacting like this or acting like this? What is driving this individual, you know? Or the fact, like I said, when kids are a certain age, like you're gonna get kids that twirl around in the middle of a circle when they're bored in school. That's not a disorder. That just means they're a child. But either way, as I say, I digress because it's like I said, you come to see things in the field of mental health, and you start going like, eh. But then there's a lot of things that justify money because once again, mental health makes a lot of money. And health in America, at least, isn't designed. It's not preventative care. It's not preventative. It's sustainable care. So I'm not giving you the cure. I'm just keeping you well enough so that you can keep being dependent on. The health. It's drug dealers. It's a bunch of drug dealers. Anyway, let me get off of that because I ain't trying to get. I'm be taking this one down. Not right away, but let me not do that because I'm gonna have to take down the You said blanking out. Yeah, I don't want to have to take this one down because yeah, absolutely agree with you. That's my experience working with kids. Right, they look like children. And you know what? Whenever I'm around restless kids, I just let them be restless. I'm like, because it makes sense. Like me, and honestly, I think adults would fare better if we just literally get up and just start twirling in a circle, like literally doing what the children do. I think there's a theory I have that a lot of our nervous system will regulate And a lot of things were just kind of like, because it's like with kids movement, their bodies have to release something. I feel like as adults, we'd have a lot more peace in our life if we just kind of just allow ourselves to do what a child does. Um, and we have the know-how to not, to not harm ourselves. You said that's a good question. I have ADHD and I realized I said yeah. Nonetheless, medication and treatment saved my whole life. No, that's what I say. I'm not against it. I'm not against that whatsoever. Um, but it's like my whole thing is like I want ideally I would love if the healthcare system, both mental and medical, could be more preventative, Like how do we get people to a point where before you have to give billions of dollars, you know, you know what I'm trying to say? And then it's like, because it won't work for everybody. There will always be somebody or people who need, extra support. And that's not a bad thing. But it's like kind of like how do we get to the point where which I'm now, like I said, I'm describing a utopia that won't exist, at least not in the US of the A. But that's kind of how I see it. It's like and like I said, when it comes to children though, and like I said, with a lot of stuff that I've seen in diagnoses of kids, I'm like, they're 7. Of course he wants to jump in class. It makes sense. And that's another thing. And this is my last one. How schools are structured to have children, like small children, sit down 7 hours a day, and you expect little Johnny not to want to get up and like I can't sit down for 7 hours straight. Like even now, I'm feeling like, oh my gosh, as soon as I get off this live, I'm gonna twirl around because it's like, what are you talking about? But let little Johnny get up in the middle of the class and start jumping up and down. They'll tell you that little Johnny got a problem. I'm like, no, Johnny is 8. What do you expect an 8-year-old to do? Anyway, let me get back into it. Um, would I have a chance to make a great amount of money next year? I'm thinking about manifesting being a universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. Spirit guides and ancestors are Black folk. We'll build for the idea to manifest great amount of money this year. Ooh, we got the King of Cups in the upright. I heard something. Not only is this a yes, oh, there go the cat. Speaking of cat, this is a yes, but Spirit is also saying it's urging you through business ventures, but not like direct grinding type of business ventures. And I think you mentioned this before, like drop shipping and things like that. Like Spirit is saying, don't give up on those business ventures where essentially it was, products that sold themselves or services that sold themselves that allowed you to be hands off, because that is looking like a very lucrative path for you. Ooh, look, page of coins. That's looking like a very lucrative path for you in 2026, where you can earn some major money, but have it in the background to where you're not having to exchange time and labor for monetary value. Let's see, universe, spirit guides, and ancestors and messages you should be able to make great money. So the quick answer is a yes. 5 of coins in the upright. This is a yes, but it's going to take you with the 4 of swords to think outside of the box. Think outside of the box. The spirit isn't saying the key isn't going to be adding extra labor to your life. Now, don't get me wrong. If the spirit isn't saying you can't, don't take a second job if you don't want to. But spirit is saying you don't have to do this through adding extra labor to your life, like trading your time for money. This is more so about being strategic about how you're trading, we're more so trading expertise for money. So you won't be trading time for money, because there's different ways to make money. Most of us, we trade our time for money. However, though, spirit is saying, yeah, you'd be trading expertise for money. You'll be trading, essentially whatever the product is that you're drop shipping, whatever the product is that you're selling, that sells itself. That's what you'll be trading for money. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. That's just in to make. Absolutely, yeah. Judgment card in the upright. Absolutely, and here's absolutely 2 of cups in the upright with the 9 of pentacles at the bottom of the deck in the upright. Absolutely, and here's the other thing about you earning in 2026, because your 30s are very lucrative for you. Your it's like you've done the work. And I feel like your 20s, it's like a lot of people's 20s, like, we doing the whole like figuring ourselves out, scratching and surviving, I'm not saying that it's anything to be ashamed of for anybody that's still figuring it out past 30, past 40, past 50, no. But stereotypically the 20s tend to be that trial and error decade, even if it's not trial and error, on a financial tip, it's always definitely finding emotionally trial and error. It's one of those decades where it's like you just kind of like, once again, you're trying to, what do I want to do? Who do I want to be? What do I want to see? And you know what? You're gonna get the 30s are like that too. But essentially you have more knowledge and more grounded energy when it comes to the decade of the 30s. But the 30s is going to be a lucrative decade for you in general because once again, you're in the frequency of somebody who that's weird. You're in the frequency of somebody that's, that earns well. You're in, and then too, on top of that, you're in a luxury frequency. Luxury already talks about high earning. Luxury already talks about high earning. It's an excess of something, And granted, there's different types of luxury. There's luxury in time. There's luxury in health. But it's always talking about in excess, in excess, in excess. So your life is living in is living in excess. You're currently in excess, and you're only going to continue to grow in excess. So yeah, next year is looking really, really good. Spirit is telling you to revisit the idea of the digital products, the drop shipping, things of that nature. Even your aspirations of becoming a content creator. Spirit is saying just press go on that one. It's going to be able to do numbers, if you allow it to. And then on top of that, I would say you'll definitely have the time frame to cultivate influencer space. Especially when you move into the 12-hour shift, you'll have the time frame to do that. So Spirit is saying yes. Yes, yes, yes. And the potential to build an audience while you do it. So yes, keep it going. All right, so let's get into B's question and then that's outside. I was gonna say, what's that music? Oh no, don't let the shining be going on. All right, B, let's get into your question. Make something to eat. I want some ice cream. Am I gonna go to the store? You said I'm here. Okay, perfect. I'm about to go to your question. I want some ice cream. Need no ice cream. I want some ice cream. Um, ice cream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. Okay, I'd like an update on what Sebastian's energy is towards me and our connection right now. Oh, wait. I answered. Wait. Did you hold on? Did it pause? Oh, Black with a roll, Black with a roll. I just finished your third question. Okay. I don't know. Did it lag? Did it lag? Black with a roll. Go back 10 minutes. I just finished your third question because you put it in there about the earnability. And hold on. Yeah, would I have a chance to make a great amount of money next year? Yeah. And you were saying you were thinking about manifesting being a millionaire. Okay, so yeah, so after I got done with my 12-minute dialogue, I did answer your question. So no, it's still there. It's still there. Um, okay, because also too that was happening. Because sometimes I try to keep it up. Because yeah, it be lagging without me knowing. Like what is going on? Hold on. What is this? All right, B, let me get into your question. Oh, that's not for me. Okay. Sebastian, wait, where was I? You said, "Oh, my bad. I see it now. Thanks." Yeah, yeah. No worries. No worries. No, that's why I said I went on my 12-minute rant. But yeah, no, it's in there. You know what? I got to start taking y'all names down. Like whenever I go on a tangent, because I feel like that would help too. Like if I remove the name, then you'll know, like, okay, she's not on my question yet. Um, yeah, I got to start putting like a marker or something. Like, let me remove the name, or maybe I put like a tangent, like line open tangent, because you said, girl, I be going on a tangent and getting lost. My ADHD do not be helping. I'm so sorry. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're perfectly fine. But I was like, no, I can see how that can be real confusing because I went on a whole, and then this happened, and then we took a plane over here. Oh yeah. So by the way, let's get into your question. Yeah, no, I need to like start taking people names away. So at least when I say, hey, go back, you can go like, oh, it's right there. Yeah, no, that was confusing. That was me. My fault. Um, all right, B. Okay. I just want to make sure I have the question right. I'd like an update on what Sebastian's energy is towards me in our connection right now. All right, so I'm going to grab some love oracles too. And then I'm going to get that how do they feel about you reading out for you all on that second channel. Okay. Oh, goodness. Yeah, then I got to take care of some email issues. Okay, fine. All right. Then why did y'all do all that weird stuff then? And if you thought, anyway, sorry, talking to the emails. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. How does Sebastian currently feel about B and their current connection, and their connection spirit? Give me two cards. How does Sebastian currently feel about B and their connection spirit? Give me two cards. How does Sebastian currently feel about B and their connection? We have very soon, love is near. He hasn't let go. Excuse me. Wow. Let's work it out. Give love, the relationship, a second chance. Universe, spirit guides, how does about the I need one card. One more card. Soulmate, divine partner. He hasn't let go. Potentially the one. Okay, I feel like this is a situation where time is healing. You know how like time shows you more. Hey Sarah, are you still taking readings? I'll take yours. I'll take yours. You said love the chit chat though. Don't mind one bit. Okay, well I try to at the end of the day, even when I do go on my tangents, I try to entertain. That's why I've been telling people like, even if you don't have a question, I still try to, dance a little. So you all can. I mean, because sometimes people are like watching me just in the background, or shooting the breeze, or especially if I'm on here super late at night, probably just scrolling through like, oh my gosh. So I try to at least make it entertaining. Let's see, universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. Thank you for channel messages. How is Sebastian feeling towards the right now? Give me two cards. Okay, we got the Ten of Cups reversed. We have the Two of Swords reversed. We have the Five of Wands reversed. So he's coming out of conflict. Give me one more. We have the Page of Swords reversed. We have the Justice card in the upright. Okay, now in your case, absence is making the heart grow fonder because I feel like he has a compare and contrast. Now, has he been out there trying to entertain energy? Absolutely. Has it been the same though? No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Now you have the Ten of Cups. I'm gonna get into the Oracle, but you got the Ten of Cups reversed. You have the Two of Swords reversed. Two of Swords reversed. I haven't made a decision yet on if I want to strategically pursue this, but Ten of Cups reversed. I still see you in this energy, and I'm not letting go. He said we've been hanging out a lot. He spent some nights at my place on the sofa, lol. But we still talk a lot to one another, although I'm afraid he's not really ready. He's not. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. He's not really ready yet. You got the Justice card at the bottom of the deck. And this is why, too, you got the Two of Swords in the reverse. I have not made a decision yet. But the Ten of Pentacles or Ten of Cups is lingering here. It's not in the upright because I haven't made a decision. Now, do I feel Ten of Cups about you? Absolutely. I feel the Ten of Cups about you. This is me talking like his energy. I feel the Ten of Cups about you. But why am I not? I'm not upfront because I don't know how strong. I don't know if I could stomach this yet. I don't know if I can show up for you yet. Yeah, that's what his energy is. Then you have the Page of Swords in the reverse. Page of Swords reverse. I'm not really facing it or looking for it as of yet. You know, uh, Page of Swords reverse. Not really facing it as of yet, but things are good. Like there's no conflict here. Once again, there's a hopeful. He hopes that things will lead the two of you all back together. Because once again, it's one of those situations where time is actually helping you all out the best. Um, has he still been kind of perusing? Yes, but when I say perusing, liken it to online dating, liken it to he's seeing somebody on social media, like not seeing somebody, but you get what I'm trying to say, like just kind of like I'm having a little conversation or I'm trying, but I'm not getting the same result. That's what's going on with him too. Now, I'm not saying that if he was getting better results, that ultimately he would move on. So no, you're not like a backup or like, well, ain't nothing else smoking. You're not like that type of energy. But it's a type of energy where he's realizing that, it's not easy to garner a connection. Well, one, you're not replaceable. That's what that is. You're not replaceable. Could he have a connection with another woman? Yes. Is it going to be the same type of connection? No. Like you can go to a really good restaurant and get some food that's really, nourishing to the body as well as savory and really good. Think of your favorite restaurant, or you can go to the local chain restaurant, go to the nearest McDonald's. You know, both of them are food, but clearly there's a separation here. There's a difference in the type of food that you're getting if you go to these two different establishments, and that's what he's realizing, that it's more McDonald's out there than it is his favorite restaurant, ever, the one that's really, really, nourishing his body, the one that he's been loving since he was, 17. He's been going there for years. He's seeing the difference in that. And he's seeing that it doesn't compare. So, but at the same time, he's at this crossroads where it's like, can I step up? Will I be enough? What if I falter? Can I do the work? But at the same time, he's also seeing the benefit in doing the work, because it's the type of energy where it's like, okay, but if I don't figure this one out with myself, I'm shortchanging myself. This is that's the energy that he's feeling. You said, I feel like he has a lot to sort out in his own life. Yeah, but we really enjoy spending time with one another. Yeah, God likes to talk to people, getting to know new people. Yeah, that's what I said. It's like he's seeing what else is out there, but he's realizing, and maybe this was a good thing for him, because he's realizing in what he's seeing that nothing's measuring up. Nothing's measuring up. It's not making sense for him. It's like it's not the same. Like he's realizing, like, just because she's a woman and you're a woman, it doesn't mean that, like the souls are different. It's like, it doesn't, yeah. Like, and then too, he's at a point in life where he's not just looking for a warm body to lay next to, I feel like at one point in time in life, people are like, I just want a partner, doesn't matter if they're a good partner, but I just want somebody, you know. However, though, with him, it's like, yeah, no, I don't get the same, I'm not getting the same sauce. Like, no, you're supposed to cook it like this, you're not cooking it right. It's that type of energy. So what has he realized? You got soulmate, divine partner. And it's crazy because you also got this card for Jeff. Both of them are realizing how impactful you are to their life and just how strong of an energy and important that you are to their life. Of course, Jeff has a different, he's on a different energetic wave because of his current relationship, but they're both realizing that about you. Then you have very soon, love is near. He's going to make a decision. 2026, if you want this, but 2026, basically, I see reconciliation between the two of you all. There's a couple more things to do, but reconciliation is happening the first quarter of 2026. So the first 3 months. And it might not even be, it might be on the sooner half of the first 3 months than the latter half. Look what else you got. Let's make it work. Not let's work it out, but this is let's work it out. LOL. I'm sorry. Let's work it out. I need to, you know what? I'm gonna make a card that say let's make it work. Let's work it out. Give love or give the relationship a chance. He wants to come back. He wants to come back. I feel like ultimately he's going to make the decision that, you know what? I might as well just do the work. Cause it's like everything that he's not avoiding, but everything that he's like kind of slowing his feet on, it's not, once again, it's not mattering. At the end of the day, it's like you losing out. You're losing out. And it's one of those things where he doesn't want you to get away because he can feel it in his energy. He knows you're talking to somebody else, or he's assuming that you are. But he knows, just like Jeff knows, if I lose you, I lose you. Because even Jeff knows he's on borrowed time. Like ultimately, if he doesn't make a decision on you, it's a matter of time before you find somebody else, or you and Sebastian get back together, and communication between you and him just becomes sparse until it becomes nothing at all. Maybe a happy birthday occasionally, but maybe not even that. So he still feels very close to you. But the time between has made him want to be closer. Has made him want to be closer. And I do dare say this, that him seeing what's out there has also made him want to be closer. Which I would say this too. Maybe the state of relationships and dating and how sour it is, it worked in your favor. Because he said, and I've been telling people, there's a song by Missy Elliott featuring Beyonce. It's called Nothing Out There For Me. And literally, there's not much out there. I mean, not saying that you can't find people, but it's like shopping in a thrift store. It's like trying to find Chanel in a thrift store. It's not that it's impossible, but it's not going to pop out at you like, like the Chanel store would. So yeah, he's seeing that. He said, so funny you do the restaurant analogy. We have a roster of favorite restaurants, and we just went to a new one. You say, yeah, B, I'm just letting it play out right now. I don't know what's going to happen. My two guys. Yeah, I would say, yeah, that's probably the best course of action. Just let it, but definitely your energy and his is reconnecting. Like I will say, Jeff's energy is more wishful thinking, but he's not willing or ready to let go of the parameters that would make it happen between y'all. Sebastian is going to beat him to the punch. Jeff's energy is giving, I could see a reconciliation between y'all if you gave it time. If you were willing to wait from whenever Jeff figured this one out, then I could see reconciliation there. Sebastian is ready. Sebastian is free. Sebastian's not, I mean, in fact, you're the other woman that somebody see. Here's the other thing too. Sebastian may be talking to other, but he's not. Oh, if I was another person outside of, like, if I was the woman getting to know Sebastian right now, ooh, I would walk away because Sebastian is emotionally unavailable to that person. Now he's emotionally available to you because ultimately you're where he wants to be. But to another woman coming out, ooh, I would just exit stage left. It is not worth it because he's not giving the same Sebastian as he giving to you. Like all the conversation, the staying the night, sleeping on your couch, just trying to, hey, buddy, best friend. Oh no, another person is not getting that, and they can feel that. They can feel that, and if they're esoteric, they're getting these readings on him, and they finding out that it's somebody else in his energy, that he's not over his ex, and he still have deep feelings, and he want to get back with her. That's what those tarot card readings are saying for them. But that's what I got for you. Sarah, let's get into yours and then I'm gonna get out of here. But I'll be back, y'all. I'll be back for sure. Sarah, smile. Lord, just smile for me. Um, yeah, speaking of restaurant, you are so welcome. Speaking of restaurants, ooh, I'm hungry. All right, I saw this one, New Love Connection. Let's pull out the cards for here too. New Love Connection with Mickey. Just went on a great first date yesterday. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Love is in the air. Okay, so are you looking to see how will things go between you and Mickey? Hey, Mickey. I don't know. I don't know if that crossed your mind when you first heard his name. Hey, Mickey, it's fine. It's so funny, little mama. Hey, Mickey. You say yes. Let's see. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. Favorite channel messages. Spirit guides and ancestors of Nikki. Spirit guides and ancestors of Sarah. How will things turn out between Nikki and Sarah? What does she have to look forward to? What is his feelings? What is his intentions with you guys? Ooh, okay. This isn't weird though. Undecided. Let's just vibe. So that card just talks about, let's get to know each other. Let's see where this goes. Very normal for it to be a first date. Universe, spirit guys, how does it seem to Sarah? What's Sarah? What's this connection? How does it seem to Sarah? What about Sarah's this connection? How does it seem to Sarah? Okay, you got third party that wants to come out. Okay, so like this could be, well, I'm gonna clarify because this could just be, well, third party can be anything, actually. You see, breaking generational curses, healing the bloodline. This is a card about being in a healthy space. So the good news is Mickey's in a healthy space today. So you're not battling against any type of, ideologies of the past. Actually, no, give me one more. Oh, okay. So the third party energy could be on your end. I see. Well, that would be the best way. You are lovable. You deserve love, and you have romantic escape. I see a lot of energy here that suggests that he definitely likes you. He's feeling you. Let me see. I'm gonna get the tarot first before I get into the oracle. Clarify this third party. Queen of Swords in the upright. Right there. Nine of Cups in the upright. Six of Wands reversed. This doesn't really feel like a person though. The Queen of Swords. Now, is there communication with other women? Yes. I feel like energy that's previous to yours. Um, but it's an energy where essentially he was not interested. Thus, how the two of you all came to be acquainted. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. But Nine of Cups in the upright, your energy is giving wish fulfillment. So it's not third party in a traditional sense where there's no set partner here. There's no spouse hanging in the balance. There's no girlfriend. There's no situationship. Just more so where his energy is given. He was actively dating. He's been actively dating. But he's looking for relationship. So this is also a good thing. So once again, if I'm actively dating and you're getting third party and this is brand new energy, that just means that okay, but he's dating with purpose. He's looking for a relationship. Universe, spirit guides, and ancestors. How is he about her? Where's the potential of this connection? Nine of Swords reversed. That's a good one. Six of Swords in the upright. That's a good one in these regards. Sun card in the upright. Really good. Okay, he's pretty pleased with this connection thus far. He likes you. 10 of Wands reverse. 10 of Wands reverse and the 9 of Swords reverse is saying the same thing. So far, this has been an easy connection. It's good. We've been vibing. The communication has been great. The conversation is good. I love being in your energy. Wow. Like if he hasn't already asked you out for a second date, that's literally next week. It's happening next week. Lover's card is in the bottom of the deck in the reverse. Only reason why I sent a reverse is because he sees the potential of where this could go, where the two of you all could be, you say, yes, we're going to meet that. He sees the potential of where this could go, that the two of you all could very much so be, in a relationship. This can go in that direction. He's not jumping the gun. That's why the Lover's card is reversed. I'm not jumping the gun yet. I'm not picking out, wedding registry gifts just yet, but he can see this going into the direction of relationship. Like it's like I feel this. So, but once again, he's not getting his hopes up. He's being grounded, which is very secure. His energy is coming off very secure. He's very grounded in this energy of, all right, I'm open. I want to know what happens next. So he's open to what happens next. That's what I'm getting with that one. But so far, easy breezy for him. And this is pulling him in even more so because he's not looking for a tumultuous. Also, your energy differs from the last energy that he was kind of getting to know. That energy feels a little bit more desperate. Like it was an energy where it's like, define us, and it's like, hold up, we only been on 2 days. It's the energy where, and people can feel that. You would be able to feel that if his energy was giving off desperation. He's come across desperation energy previous to yours. So your energy is very refreshing too, because he truly does feel like, we can just vibe and see what happens next and get to know each other, as opposed to like frantically, okay, she wants me to put a title on it. We haven't even been seeing each other. It's only been 2 weeks. That's what I'm getting with that one. Six of Swords, he wants to know more. He's moving closer towards you. Sun card in the upright, he's happy. He likes you. He likes you for sure. And Nine of Cups is his wish fulfillment. So this is you working in the favor. Now, breaking generational curses, healing the bloodline. This is just telling me like he's in a healthy space about this connection. He's in a healthy space to date. You're in a healthy space to date. And then once again, you are lovable. You are loved. He wants to know more. He wants to know more. Like, of course, he hasn't made it to the point where it's like, oh my gosh, I love you. I'm in love. But he likes you a lot. And he can see that happening between the two of you all. He can see naturally that can be the progression between the two of you all. So he wants to, he wants to continue to vibe out in the connection. Could have had to sneeze. He wants to continue to vibe out in the connection. He wants to continue to get to know you. And he wants to see where this goes. It's one of those things where he's hoping, and I know Valentine's Day don't mean that, but he wants the romantic fanfare, like something about January, February. He's hoping that there's romantic fanfare. He's wanting to, I don't know if he's mentioned this. Well, maybe not yet, but if things go in the direction that he wants it to go, there's a vacation coming up. There's a vacation coming up. That's what I get with that one. Like if things go, because he wants that romantic, I feel like his energy gives romantic, like it's definitely giving like, yeah. He wants that between the two of you all. So if this goes in a direction that he wants this to go, you all are going to continue to get closer. That's what I got with that one. But he likes you a lot. So he's courting you in a girlfriend manner. And I always distinct between that because it's very important, because not saying those things don't change, but guys typically, they figure it out pretty soon in, like after that first date or sometimes after the initial conversations, if they're going to court you just for fun or if they're courting you with, the intentions of actually not wasting your time, if they actually want some type of something deep, an actual relationship, if life, if things peg out that way. So with him, he can see things panning out into a relationship if the energy continues to be really good. So I see this having a lot of potential. We said yes, wanting for a romantic holiday in general. Yeah. That's coming up. You said yes, he's coming in with relationship. Yeah. I can see a romantic getaway happening between the two of you all. Sometime it's given late January into February. If the two of you all keep vibing out in the way that you are. Because he's liking you a lot. And like I said, it's working in your favor that, the people that he's had, that he's, attempted to get to know before you, they're a little bit on the desperate side, just a little bit, jumping the gun, putting the cart before the horse, just doing a little bit too much, too soon. But he's excited. He's excited. So yay! I'm so happy for you. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, this is so good. So I'm so happy for. I love love. Like I got a tattoo. Well, this is Swahili, but that's love. It's Swahili. So much so I'm thinking about getting a tattoo in English too. But then I was like, is that a little crazy? I'm gonna have love tattooed in 12 different languages on my arm. But yes, oh my gosh. But that's what I got for you, Sarah. All right, y'all. For everybody that's been vibing out, I just did another pick a card reading. What do people envy most about your looks? Go ahead, get into that pick a card. What do people envy most about your looks? I will be back this evening for an evening broadcast. Um, a night broadcast because it technically is evening for some of you already. I'll be back in a few hours. I'm about to get me some food, y'all. I'm hungry. You said I am super hungry, and yeah. But check out that next picker card, and I am going to get the what are they thinking about you in next actions picker card? I'm gonna put that on WanderingSparrow dose, so y'all see that one. Absolutely, you're so welcome, Sarah. All right, y'all. Y'all take care. Mwah. See you soon.